Good evening. Hi.
Hi. How are you all? Welcome you all to the second day of our marathon. Yes. So, are you all ready?
Check disable mail.
Okay. So, today we'll handle our session with PPT because this is a session on research methods in English. So let's begin the session. Here goes the first question. This is again a situational research question. So here goes the first question. A PhD scholar wants to understand how gender roles they were represented in colonial era school textbooks. He collects and studies textbooks printed between 1850 and 1920. What research method does this represent? What could be the answer? What could be the answer? You can submit your answers in the chat box. Is it archival research or it is ethnographic research? Because he collects and studies textbooks printed between 1850 and 1920. That is happening in 19th century and early 20th century. Yes, right answer. Yes, it is archival research. It is archival research. Yes, he is using archival research in order to understand these documents because these are archival sources. Let's go to the next question. Here goes the next question. A cultural historian records testimonies of partition stories about their journey across the border in 1947. What research method is being applied here? He's recording testimonies of partition era about their journey across the border in 1947. What research method is being applied here? Is it digital humanities or oral history? Digital humanities or oral history? Yes, it is oral history. Yes, it is oral history. Right answer. Right answer. It is oral history. Yes. A student studies how Instagram influencers promote eco-friendly lifestyles by analyzing their post, hashtags, and follower interactions. What kind of research is this? What kind of research is this? Yes. Archival research or digital ethnography? Archival research or digital ethnography? Right answer again, digital ethnography. Digital ethnography. That's they are analyzing the PhD scholar, a student. Various social media handles as well. So that is an example of a digital ethnography. Yes, digital ethnography. Yes. Easy question. We already had discussed about digital humanities. So a literature scholar uses text mining software to analyze all digitized novels of Indian authors between 1850 and 1950. Looking for patterns and themes of nations. And which research field does this fall under? Because he is analyzing the linguistic corpora, thousands of text and using text mining software. The scholar is analyzing these texts, looking for themes and patterns, looking for recurrent themes and patterns. Yes, digital humanities. Digital humanities, that is the right answer. Because he or she using digital tools, digital text mining software to analyze these documents. Yes, a researcher examines patient memoirs and illness narratives in literature to understand how cancer survivors describe their emotional and physical pain. What research domain is this? Is it autobiographical research or is it medical humanities, B or C? Because again, this is an interdisciplinary research domain where the scholar is analyzing these memoirs, discourse analysis, yes, where it's looking into discourse analysis. And again, it is an interdisciplinary research method by using tools in medical humanities. Yes, medical humanities. So remember, again, here the researcher is examining patient memoirs and illness narratives. Yes, so this research domain is medical humanities. So these are some of the situational MCQs that you can expect from research methods. So there is again another question, that is, a media scholar studies political speeches delivered during election campaigns to examine how leaders construct narratives of nationalism and identity. How leaders construct narratives of nationalism and identity. So a scholar is analyzing the various political speeches delivered during election campaigns. Yes. Right answer, discourse analysis. Discourse analysis. Yes, discourse analysis. That does not come under ethnographic research or oral history, because here the scholar is analyzing these speeches. Okay. So now in this session, we'll be handling on types of research and various scholars associated with this areas. Yes. Who is the author of Archive Fever, which discusses the nature and function of the archive, particularly in Freudian terms and in light of death drive? Yes, easy question. Archive Fever, that is again one of the foundational texts associated with archival research. And Archive Fever, written by Jacques Derrida. Jacques Derrida. Yes. Remember, Archive Fever, which is subtitled A Freudian Impression. A Freudian Impression, that is the subtitle of Archive Fever. A Freudian Impression, which discusses the nature and function of the archive in Freudian terms and in light of the death drive. So remember, there's a subtitle which is subtitled A Freudian Impression. A Freudian Impression. Which of the following scholars is best known for pioneering the method of close reading in textual analysis? Very easy question. Close reading, that is again another method used to analyze text. And which of the following scholars is best known for pioneering the method of close reading in textual analysis? His works contributed to the foundation of new criticism. New criticism. Emphasized close reading of literary text. And he is known for works such as The Principles of Literary Criticism, Practical Criticism, Coleridge on Imagination, The Philosophy of Rhetoric. So, what could be the answer? Right answer again, I.A. Richards. I.A. Richards. He's best known for pioneering the method of close reading in textual analysis. Which of the following would not typically be considered as an archival source? An archival source. What could be the answer? What could be the answer? Is that a digitized copy of a 19th century author's personal letters? Or is it a peer-reviewed article published last month? Yes, a peer-reviewed article published last month. The other two options, a digitized copy of a 19th century author's personal letters, that can be considered as an archival source. Then again, an unpublished diary held in a university's rare book collection, that again is an archival source, where the scholar is looking out for these archival sources in order to do research on these archives. Who wrote How to Write a Doctoral Thesis? How to Write a Doctoral Thesis, the human subjects, which is considered equal to standards to MLA handbook. Which is considered equal to standards to MLA handbook, Modern Language Association handbook. He was an Italian philosopher, essayist, and semiotician. This is the clue. He was an Italian philosopher, essayist, and semiotician, a cultural critic. And he's known for works such as The Role of the Reader, The Prague Cemetery, Faith in Fables, yes. How to Write a Doctoral Thesis. That is written by Umberto Eco. Umberto Eco, yes. And these are the two famous sentences that you can find in this work. That is, he wrote, "You are not Proust. Do not write long sentences." That is again one of the famous statements made by Umberto Eco. Then, your thesis is like your first love. It will be difficult to forget. These are the two famous sentences that you can find in this work, How to Write a Doctoral Thesis. Rhetorical criticism, content analysis, interaction analysis, and performance studies. These are the four major approaches in. These are the four major approaches in. Can you identify this? Is it in textual analysis or is it in oral history? These are the four major categorizations. These are the four major approaches that you can see in rhetorical criticism, content analysis, interaction analysis, and performance studies. These are the four major approaches in textual analysis. So remember, these are the four major approaches that you can find in textual analysis. Yes. Here goes the next question. Compositional interpretation. Compositional interpretation is a method that offers of looking very carefully at, because again, it is a method that is used in visual research methodology, compositional interpretation. That is the process of culturally reviewing visual imagery through deep analysis and description of details within an image. This includes use of color, use of light, use of spatial organization of colors, and expressive content. Yeah, so what could be the answer? So many of you have submitted the answers. Yes. The content and form of images. Content and form of images. So here, when a scholar is looking into the color, it can be pinpointed through hues, like levels of pigmentation. That is one way of analyzing. Like, for example, red in a painting, red color in a painting. That implies what? Maybe it implies danger, maybe it implies passion. Yes. Then value, saturation. So these are some of the techniques in which compositional interpretation that can be used. For example, researchers who are doing research on paintings, they can use this kind of research method. So remember, compositional interpretation, that is again a method that is used in visual research methodology. Are you enjoying the session? Are you all there? Are you submitting answers? Are you submitting answers, everyone? Okay, so let's continue. Which of the following is a flaw of autobiography research that raises questions about whether or not autobiography can ever be of use as a tool of social research? What could be the answer? Autobiography research. All of them are. Partiality and exclusion that cannot be used in an account of a life. You need not be partial, you need not exclude certain details, and it should not focus on one individual. The often uneasy relationship between the context in which an autobiography is written and the emphasis on interpretation and range of material. This is again an easy question. Which of the following is the collection and study of historical information of individuals, families, important events, or everyday life using audio tapes or transcriptions of plant interviews? Yes. Right answer. Oral history. Oral history. That is a collection of historical information about individuals, families using audio tapes, videotapes, or transcriptions of plant interviews. Yes. This is again important. Which among the following is not associated with critical discourse analysis? Which among the following is not associated with critical discourse analysis? Critical discourse analysis, that is again another type of research methodology that is used in order to analyze narratives. Yes. Is it Norman Fairclough? Remember, he's one of the pioneers associated with critical discourse analysis, Norman Fairclough. Yeah, he discussed the term in Language and Power. The answer to this is Carolyn Steedman. Carolyn Steedman, who's again a historian and archivist, British historian and archivist. She's known for archival research. Yes, and Norman Fairclough, Ruth Wardock, and Marian Jurgensen. All these are scholars, they are associated with critical discourse analysis. They are associated with critical discourse analysis. And remember Norman Fairclough, that his most important work, that is Language and Power. Language and Power, where he discussed this term critical discourse analysis in Language and Power. Fairclough developed a 3D framework for studying discourses, analysis of language text, analysis of discourse practice, or analysis of various events. Yes, and here remember, critical discourse analysis has been applied to various text, advertisements, ELT, linguistics. So critical discourse analysis, that is again a major research tool. As I mentioned to you earlier, in which book did Carolyn Steedman discuss the emotional and political aspects of an archival work? Remember, she's a British historian and archivist. And who wrote the Archaeology of Knowledge? Who wrote Archaeology of Knowledge? Michel Foucault. And who wrote Language and Power? Who wrote Language and Power? That is again one of the foundational texts associated with critical discourse analysis. Yes, and remember Dust, the archive and cultural history. That is this work where she discussed the emotional and political aspects of archival work, the Dust. That is again an important work, Carolyn Steedman's work, Dust, the archive and cultural history. Which qualitative research strategy relies primarily on participant observation and concerns itself in its most general sense with studying and interpreting cultural behavior? This is again a definition for this research method here. Which qualitative research strategy relies primarily on participant observation and concerns itself in its most general sense with studying and interpreting cultural behavior? Studying rituals or about rituals of a certain community. Participant observation, that is again a major characteristic feature that you can find in this kind of research methods. Yes. Ethnographic method. Ethnographic method. That is again a qualitative research strategy that relies primarily on participant observation. Yes. Which book by Arthur W. Frank explores illness narratives and is foundational in medical humanities? Arthur Frank explores illness narratives and is foundational in medical humanities. What could be the answer? Is it option A or B? This is again an important text that you can find in medical humanities that you need to refer if you are doing if you are doing research on medical humanities. Yes. Right answer, The Wounded Storyteller, Body, Illness and Ethics. Yes. That is again a foundational text in medical humanities. This is again an important work in ethnographic research, which work subtitled The Poetics and Politics of Ethnography and edited by Clifford and George E. Marcus, represents a watershed in understanding ethnography. That is again a foundational text that you can find in ethnographic research. Yes. So many of you have submitted the answers. Yes. Writing Culture. Writing Culture, which is subtitled The Poetics and Politics of Ethnography. Ethnography, yes. Again, an important text in oral history. Who is the key advocate of new wave of oral history? Also the author of The Voice of the Past that got published in 1978. The same year in which major text in postcolonial criticism got published? 1978. Orientalism also got published in the year 1978. And who's one of the key advocates of oral history here? And he's also the author of The Voice of the Past. Yes. So many of you have submitted answers. Is it option A or B? Paul Thompson. Very good. Paul Thompson. Yes. Okay, so here goes the last question. Then Ankita, over to you, Ankita. So this is the last question here. Shodh Gangotri is different from Shodh Ganga because it contains, I'm sure you're familiar with Shodh Gangotri and Shodh Ganga. And Shodh Gangotri is different from Shodh Ganga because it contains research proposals and synopsis submitted by scholars. Yes. Over to you, Ankita. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed the session.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Yes. So now let us do some more questions. Okay. Right. So let me start by sharing the screen first. Good evening. Good evening. Right. So yes, I believe the screen is visible to you all, right? Okay. So let's continue. Okay. So here is the first question for you all. Yes. Okay. Let's start. Which of the following is a violation of research ethics? Giving due credit to collaborators, fabricating data to match the hypothesis, publishing with informed consent, or declaring conflict of interest. Which of the following is a violation of research ethics? Obviously, it is option B. It is if you're fabricating your data to match the hypothesis, there's obviously a violation. So option B is the right answer, correct. Next question. Assertion. Research ethics ensures the integrity and credibility of academic work. Reason. Ethical norms promote values such as trust, accountability, and mutual respect. So it's an assertion and reason question. Tell me. Yes, the correct answer would be option A. That both A and R are true here, and R is the correct explanation of A. That is, ethical norms indeed promote values such as trust, accountability, and mutual respect. Option A is the right answer. Okay, next. Now we have got questions on the MLA citation style. So which of the following is the correct MLA 9th edition format for a book citation? MLA 9th edition is used presently. So what would be the right answer? Yes, Morrison, comma, Tony, full stop. The name of the book will be in italics, full stop. Then the publishing house, comma, year of publication, full stop. This is the correct format for a book citation, according to MLA 9. Okay, choose the correct MLA citation for a website article. Such questions are getting repeatedly asked in net exam. Okay, so you have to just check out these things. Choose the correct MLA citation for a website article. Tell me. The correct answer will be option A. Smith, comma, Jordan, full stop. The name of the article within double quotes, full stop. Then EdTech Weekly, there is the name of the website, comma, the date, month, year, comma, and then the link. So this is the correct format for citing a website article according to MLA 9. Option A is the right answer. Clear? Very good. Next. Which of the following citations of a journal article with two authors? Journal article with two authors is correct according to MLA 9th edition format. So here we're talking about the citation of a journal article, that too with two authors. The correct answer will be option A. Kumar, comma, Arvind, comma, and Sneha Roy, full stop. Reading Colonial Resistance, there is the name of the article within double inverted commas, full stop. The name of the journal in italics. These details will be very important, okay? The name of the journal in italics, comma, volume, number, year, page number, then full stop. Okay? So this is the correct format. Got it? Next question. Which is the correct way to cite a chapter? So these are all the variations you can expect in the citation style, especially they will ask from MLA 9. Cite a chapter. Sharma, comma, Kavita, full stop, narratives of nationhood. Then postcolonial readings, the name of the book, comma, edited by Vikram Sheth. The publishing house, year, page number, full stop. So this was how to cite a chapter, a specific chapter from a book using MLA 9 edition. So these are all the variations that can be expected to be asked in the exam. Book, journal article, website article, a chapter. Okay, right. Which of the following is true according to MLA handbook? Yes. 9th edition. MLA Handbook 9th edition. Page numbers appear in the top right corner of every page, half an inch from the top. The title of a research paper should be underlined and centered. The work cited page is alphabetized by the author's last name. Font and spacing choices are left entirely to the writer's discretion. So which of the following is true according to 9th edition? A and C. That is, page numbers appear in the top right corner of every page, half an inch from the top. And the title of a research paper should be underlined and centered. A and C. A and C. Page numbers appear in the top, and the works cited page is alphabetized with the author's last name. So A is correct, C is correct. Okay? A is correct, C is correct according to MLA Handbook 9th edition. Okay? Next. Which of the following are required in a correct MLA works cited entry for a book? Author's name, last name, comma, first name, book title italicized, publisher, place of publication, year of publication. Which of the following are required in a correct MLA works cited entry for a book? The correct answer will be A, B, C, E. So first you will need author's name. Then you need to italize the title of the book. Then place of publication. You often add place of publication like London or England. And then lastly, year of publication. Which of the following are essential components of an academic research paper? Following are the essential components of an academic research paper: an introduction, personal opinions, clear and logical organization, extensive use of rhetorical questions, evidence to support claims. ACE, correct, ACE. You need an introduction that defines the scope and relevance of the study. You need clear and logical organization of the content. And you also need evidence to support your claims. ACE. ACE is the right answer. An effective conclusion in a research paper should dash. An effective conclusion in a research paper should dash. Restate the thesis in new words, introduce a completely new argument, reflect on the significance of the findings, provide a summary of key points, repeat the entire introduction. So how should an effective conclusion of a research paper look like? The correct answer will be ACD. Restate the thesis in new words, reflect on the significance of the findings, and provide a summary of the key points. ACD. ACD is the right answer, right. Which of the following statements about academic tone are correct? As you all know, the formal tone or the academic tone that we use while writing a research paper. That's a very crucial point. So which of the following statements about academic tone are correct? It should be objective and impersonal, must include colloquial expressions, avoids contractions like don't, won't, uses rhetorical flourish to impress, relies on formal and clear language. The right answer is ACE. It should be objective and impersonal. It avoids contractions like don't, won't, and it relies on formal and clear language. So these are right statements about the academic tone of research papers. Okay, next question. Which of the following justify the need for a literature review in a research paper? What's the need or what's the significance of literature review when doing research? Helps the researcher to avoid duplication, showcases the writer's vocabulary skills, contextualizes the research, provides space for personal opinion, or identifies gaps in current knowledge. Significance of literature review. Yes, the right answer is ACE. It helps the researcher to avoid duplication of work because through the literature review, you get to know what work has already been done in this area. So that helps us to avoid repeat the same things which have already been done. And it also helps us to contextualize our research within the existing field or area where we're trying to work in. And it also helps us to identify the gaps in current knowledge. That is the areas which have not yet been worked on. So ACE. Okay, yes. Which features are typical of a strong thesis statement? It is specific and arguable and clearly reflects the main argument, asks a question to the reader. It is vague to allow multiple interpretations, both A and C. Features of a typically strong thesis statement. Strong thesis statement. It is specific and arguable and clearly reflects the main argument. Our thesis statement cannot be vague. If it is vague, it won't stand a chance in our defenses and all. It cannot be vague. So option A is the right answer. It has to be very specific and to the point. And something where you can argue with proper evidences. And it should also reflect your main line of argument, that what exactly you are trying to work on and why it needs to be worked on. Because what is new that you are trying to do here? What is it that you are trying to do which has not been done before? So it has to be very specific, crisp, precise, and arguable, and clearly it should reflect the main argument. Okay, so option A is the right answer. So it's the feature of a strong thesis statement. Okay, next question. Republishing the same content in different journals without proper citation or acknowledgement is called dash. When you are republishing the same paper in different journals without properly citing it or with proper acknowledgement, it is called, yes, it is called redundant publication. Redundant publication. Okay, right. Publishing a manuscript by slightly modifying an earlier work without citing the original is called dash. Publishing a manuscript by slightly modifying an earlier work without citing the original is called self-plagiarism. It is called as self-plagiarism. Option C is the right answer. Okay, right. A conflict of interest in academic research refers to dash. Using contrasting literary theories in one paper, having dual affiliations as an author, a situation where personal interest may affect professional judgment, or a reviewer rejecting a paper without feedback. Yes, it refers to a situation where personal interests may affect the professional judgment. Option C is the right answer, and it is called as a conflict of interest. Okay. Which of the following is an example of a qualitative research method? Randomized controlled trial, case study, survey with Likert scale, or regression analysis? Which of the following is a qualitative research method? It is obviously, it is case study. Case study. Like, think of the Dora case study of Freud. I'm sure many of you have read, right? The Dora case study of Freud. So these are examples of qualitative research methods. Yes, Dora case study is a very popular one. Right. Which of the following is true about empirical research? They can ask you about all these things. Experimental research, empirical research, epistemological dimensions of research. Okay? So which of the following is true about empirical research? It is based on observation and experimentation, excludes all measurable data, can be qualitative or quantitative, and it relies on theories without data collection. So which of the following is correct about empirical research? A and C. First, it is based on observation and experimentation, and it can be either qualitative or quantitative, both. Okay, so A and C is the right answer. Got it? Right. Okay. So we're done with the questions from the PPT. Let me ask you some questions orally. Okay. So tell me, what is the full form of MLA? You all know this. Modern Language Association. Modern Language Association. Okay. So currently we are using which edition? Edition 9. What is the full form of APA? American Psychological Association. American Psychological Association. What is the first step of a research? What is the first step of research? To identify the problem. To identify the problem area. Yes. Okay. Is it true that according to MLA 9 handbook, when it comes to margins, we have to leave margins of 1 inch at the top and bottom and on both sides of the text? I will repeat the question. Is it true that we have to leave margins according to MLA 9 of 1 inch at the top and the bottom and on both sides of the text? Yes. Yes. Correct. Okay. Which text style is generally used according to MLA 9? It is advised here that we should always choose an easily readable typeface. Which is the most widely used one? Times New Roman. Times New Roman. Yes, we generally use the size of 12. Size of 12. Okay. How, tell me about the spacing that is used in the research paper according to MLA 9. We should double space the entire research paper, including quotations, notes, and the list of works cited. You know, recently they have been asking a lot of questions from MLA 9 especially. So be a bit careful about these details. So we have to double space the entire research paper, including quotations, notes, and the list of the works cited. And do we have to indent the first line of a paragraph 1/2 inch from the left margin? Yes or no? Yes, we have to indent the first line of a paragraph half an inch from the left margin. Correct. Okay. How are you supposed to write the title? They asked this in 2023, that how you should write the title. It should be 1 inch from the top of the first page. And there you have to type your name, your instructor's name, the course name and number and all that. So this is what I'm telling you directly from MLA9 handbook. Yes. Okay. Okay, done. Yes. Is it mandatory to number all pages consecutively throughout the research paper in the upper right-hand corner, half an inch from the top? Is it mandatory or not mandatory? It is mandatory to number all pages consecutively throughout the research paper in the upper right-hand corner, half an inch from the top. This is how exactly it has been mentioned in MLA9 handbook. Correct. It is mandatory. Good. Okay. Do you think it is advised, according to MLA9, to clearly mention the headings and subheadings in the body of your research project? Yes. Yes. Okay. The list of the works cited appears at dash. The list of works cited appears where? Very good. The list of works cited appears at the end of the paper, after the end notes. After you are done with the end notes, at the very end of the paper, there should be the list of works cited. Yes. Okay. Right. Correct. Sethu ma'am, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, and it should be arranged in alphabetical order as well. Work cited, it should be arranged in alphabetical order. Then remember, MLA 9th edition appeared in which year? It came in which year? Is it 2021 or 2022? Yes, 2021. 2021. Yes. Let me quickly ask you some questions. So here goes this question. The UGC, promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in higher educational institutions, regulations came into force in which year? Because this agency that resulted in this research ethics committee and the regulations came into force in the year 2018 or 2020. The year is important. 2018. 2018. And remember, MLA 9th edition appeared in the year 2021. MLA 8th edition in the year? MLA 8th edition in the year 2016 or 2017? MLA 8th edition in 2016, MLA 9th edition in 2021. And here UGC promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism regulations came into force in 2018. Okay. Here goes the next question. What is the maximum percentage of similarity allowed in thesis or dissertation under UGC guidelines? Maximum percentage of similarity. Yes. It is 10%. It is 10%. Yes. That is the maximum percentage of similarity. Yes. According to UGC, plagiarism above 60%, because there are certain levels of plagiarism, and here according to UGC, University Grants Commission, plagiarism above 60% is considered. Is that a minor misconduct or level 1 or level 3, which is most severe, or permissible with revision. What do you think? Plagiarism above 60%. That is considered level 3, most severe. Yes, level 3, most severe. Which of the following is not a plagiarism software? Which of the following is not a plagiarism software? Which of the following is not a plagiarism software? Is it Urkund, or is it Authenticate, or Remini, or Turnitin? Yes, this is an image app software, Remini. That is an image app software where we can edit images. That's not a plagiarism software. And remember, these are some of the plagiarism softwares. And Ankita already discussed about self-plagiarism, reverse plagiarism. So research ethics, that is again an important area in these days. And for your coursework examination also, there is again a one paper on research ethics these days. So remember, this is again you can also expect questions based on plagiarism. And remember, this is not a plagiarism. Like, you need to remember certain softwares associated with plagiarism. The MLA style sheet, which is again one of the earliest formation of this MLA handbook. That is again a compilation of scholarly conventions and directives. It was first published in which year? First published in which year? Yes. 1951, because now we discussed about MLA 9th edition, we discussed about MLA 8th edition, and remember, MLA style sheet, which is again one of the earliest form of this MLA handbook that appeared in the year 1951. And now we are familiar with Modern Language Association. And can you remember the year of formation of Modern Language Association? Year of formation, that is again very important. Year of formation, 1883. Yes, 1883. And what is the full form of APA? What is the full form of APA? That is again another citation style that is used in social sciences. Can you remember the full form of APA? American Psychological Association. American Psychological Association. Then there is Vancouver style. Vancouver style, that is again another citation style that is used in medical sciences. Vancouver style. Yes, Vancouver style that is used in medical sciences. Medical sciences. And remember, MLA Modern Language Association is used in language. Then here, APA style that is used in social sciences. Vancouver style that is used in medical sciences. Ankita, are you there?
Yes. Okay. I have just a few more questions. So tell me, a tool or procedure used for data collection in research is best known as dash. A tool or procedure used for data collection in research is best known as dash. It is research technique. Research technique. Okay, right. So what do you mean by sampling in research? What is meant by sampling in research? Sampling refers to selection of subjects from a population for research. Yes, correct. Sampling refers to selection of subjects from a population for research. Okay. So what do you mean by research methodology? Just tell me anything that comes to your mind when you hear this phrase, research methodology. Yes. It refers to both the philosophical and theoretical framework that guides our research. It generally, in a broad sense, refers to the framework which guides our research. Tell me, A systematic plan or structure for conducting research that includes data collection, analysis, and interpretation is called dash. A systematic plan or structure for conducting research that includes data collection, data analysis, and interpretation is called dash. It is called very good. Research design. Research design. So research design refers to this entire structure or plan that helps us to conduct the research in a systematic way. And we call that research design. Okay? Now tell me, the process by which experts evaluate a research paper before publication is called what? The process by which experts evaluate a research paper before publication is called peer review. Peer review. Okay. Is it okay to use misleading titles to attract attention towards your paper? No. It is an unethical practice to use misleading titles to attract attention towards your paper. Yes. It is not right to do such a thing. Correct. So just tell me, what do you mean by fabrication in research? What do you mean by fabrication in research? When you're making up data or results, which is not true. When you're presenting false data, that's what you call fabrication. Okay, right. Okay. Yes, I'm done.
Yes, so let's begin the next session and thank you, Ankita. And
Yes.
Aksa, are you here? Yes. Over to you, Aksa. Hope you guys enjoyed the session on research methods in English. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, over to you, Aksa.
Yes. Okay. Good evening. How are you? Are you tired? Shall we continue? Yes. Okay. So I'll ask a few questions from English in India. Okay. Okay. We'll start with simple questions and then we'll go to the advanced. Okay. So tell me, when was the Woods Dispatch? When was the Woods Dispatch? In 19? When was the Woods Dispatch? In 1854. What is the other name of Wood's Dispatch? What is the other name of Wood's Dispatch? Magna Carta. It was the Magna Carta. Yes, correct. Okay. Now tell me, which of these did the Wood's Dispatch did not seek to propagate? Listen to the statements carefully. Educate British officers in Sanskrit and Persian. Impart Western knowledge to Indians. And create a class of public servants. Which of these was not an idea of Wood's Dispatch? The first one is not an idea of Wood's Dispatch, which is educate British officers in Sanskrit and Persian. That was not the intention of Wood's Dispatch. Correct. Okay. Now tell me. Okay. To which British authority did Rajaram Mohan Roy address a letter pleading for modern Western education? Is it Lord Amherst, Lord Bentinck, or Lord Macaulay? It is letter to Amherst. Correct. It is letter to Amherst. Now tell me, which British administrator sought to make everything as English as possible in a country which resembles England in nothing? Is it Lord Hastings, Lord Cornwallis, or Lord Bentinck? Which one is it? It is Lord Cornwallis. Lord Cornwallis he sought to make everything as English as possible in a country which has no connection with England at all. It is Lord Cornwallis. Yes, okay. Now, listen to the statements. Which of the following is not true with regard to Macaulay's minutes? Promote European literature and science among the natives. Impart knowledge of English literature through translated texts. Stop spending on publication of Oriental works. Which of these is not an idea of Macaulay's minute? Impart knowledge of English literature through translated texts. That was not meant in Macaulay's minutes. When was the Macaulay's minutes? When was it? It was in 1835. 1835, yes. Did Macaulay's minute admire Indian education or Indian languages? No. He wanted Indians to be educated in English. That is correct. Yes. Now tell me. Okay. Yes, he wanted to have a downward filtration. He talked about the downward filtration theory where a few people who are educated in English should teach the other people as well. Yes, okay. Now tell me, okay, next question. When was the Sattler Commission report? When was the Sattler Commission report? That was in 1917. Yes, 1917. Sattler Commission is also known by another name. What is the other name? The other name of Sattler Commission is Calcutta University Commission. Yes, correct. Okay. Now, okay. Who collaborated with Purohit Swami in translating the Upanishads? Who collaborated with Purohit Swami in translating the Upanishads? Is it Lawrence Durrell or is it W.B. Yeats or is it Christopher Fry? Who is it? It is W.B. Yeats, correct. It is W.B. Yeats. Yes. Okay. Now, who wrote the Indianization of English? Who wrote the Indianization of English? It is Brajpi Kachru. Brajpi Kachru wrote Indianization of English. Okay. Now tell me, who was the Orientalist and founding member of the Asiatic Society who did the first English translation of Bhagavad Gita? Who is it? The founding member of Asiatic Society is William Jones, correct. William Jones. Yes. Who was elected as the first fellow of Sahitya Academy Fellowship? Who was the first elected fellow of Sahitya Academy Fellowship? Who is it? It is Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. Dr. S. Radhakrishnan was the first elected fellow of Sahitya Academy Fellowship. Who was the first Indian to win the Pulitzer Prize? The first Indian to win the Pulitzer Prize? It is it Jhumpa Lahiri, Vijay Sheshadri, Geeta Anand or Gobind Behari Lal? It is Gobind Behari Lal. Gobind Behari Lal, the first Indian to win the Pulitzer Prize. Correct. Okay. When did Jhumpa Lahiri win the Pulitzer Prize? When did Jhumpa Lahiri win the Pulitzer Prize? That is in 2000. 2000. For which work did she receive the Pulitzer Prize? For Interpreter of Maladies. Interpreter of Maladies. Yes. Now tell me, in which year was The Travels of Dean Muhammad, the first book written by an English and Indian written? When was The Travels of Dean Muhammad published? In 1793. In 1793. 1793. Yes. For how many Indian languages are the Sahitya Academy Awards given? For how many Indian languages are the Sahitya Academy Awards given? Is it 22 or 24? It is 24. Sahitya Academy Award is given for 24 languages. Yes, correct. Who is the journalist who founded an English Marathi journal titled Darpan? Who is the journalist who founded the English Marathi journal titled Darpan? Who is it? It is Bal Shastri Jampekar. Bal Shastri Jampekar founded an English Marathi journal titled Darpan. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Fakir of Jankira? Fakir of Jankira, that is simple. Who wrote the Fakir of Jankira? It is Henry Derozio. Henry Derozio. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Now tell me, which is the first novel in India? The first novel in India? That is a simple question. Which is the first novel in India? Raj Mohan's wife. Who wrote Raj Mohan's wife? Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. When was it published? When was it published? In 1864. In 1864. What happened in 1854? 1854. Howard's Dispatch was in 1854. Okay. Whose pen name was Munshi Premchand? Whose pen name was Munshi Premchand? Danpat Rai Srivastava. Danpat Rai Srivastava. Who was the first Sahitya Academy Award winner in English? Who was the first Sahitya Academy Award winner in English? It is R.K. Narayan. R.K. Narayan. Correct. R.K. Narayan. Whose biography is The Scholar Extraordinary? It is written by Neeraj C. Chowdhury, but whose biography is it? The Scholar Extraordinary. It is Max Muller. Correct. In which year was Jnanapith first awarded? In which year was Jnanapith awarded for the first time? In 1965. That was in 1965. Yes, okay. Now tell me, who was the first person to translate Mahabharata into English? Who was the first to translate Mahabharata into English? It is K.M. Ganguly. The first person to translate Mahabharata into English was K.M. Ganguly. Correct. Okay. Who wrote An Era of Darkness, the British Empire in India? An Era of Darkness, the British Empire in India. It is V.S. Naipaul. V.S. Naipaul, correct. Is it V.S. Naipaul? Is it V.S. Naipaul or Shashi Tharoor? Are you sure? An Era of Darkness, the British Empire in India. It is Shashi Tharoor. It is Shashi Tharoor. Yes. An Area of Darkness is by who wrote An Area of Darkness? An Area of Darkness is V.S. Naipaul. An Era of Darkness is Shashi Tharoor. Yes. Okay. Now, which Sahitya Academy Award winning playwright directed films like Mango Soulful and Morning Raga? Mango Soulful and Morning Raga. It is Mahesh Dattani. Mahesh Dattani, correct. Okay. Who wrote the poem titled Rough Passage? Who wrote the poem titled Rough Passage? It is R. Parthasarathi. R. Parthasarathi. Now, who wrote Tille Govindan? Tille Govindan. Who wrote it? It is Madhavaya. It is Madhavaya. Yes, correct. Okay. Now let me ask you a few questions, other questions. Who wrote Murugan the Tiller, which was published in 1927? Murugan the Tiller. We've had questions from Murugan the Tiller in the previous NET exams. Who wrote it? It is K.S. Venkataraman. K.S. Venkataramani. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, when was Tille Govindan published? When was Tille Govindan published? In 1908. Tille Govindan was published in 1908. When was Rajmohan's Wife published? When was Rajmohan's Wife published? In 1864. Yes, 1864. Okay. Let me ask you a few questions from the commissions. When was the Travels of Dean Muhammad published? The Travels of Dean Muhammad was published in 1793. Yes, okay. Now, when was the Charter Act formulated? When was the Charter Act formulated? In 1813. Charter Act came out in 1813. How many Charter Acts were there? There was a Charter Act in 1813, but how in total there were 5 Charter Acts. 5 Charter Acts. When was the Indian Education Act enforced? The English Education Act. The English Education Act. The English Education Act is also known by another name. It is the Macaulay's Minutes. The English Education Act is also known by the name Macaulay's Minute. Macaulay's Minute came out in 1835. 1835, yes. Which commission was to teach what is best worth knowing? Which commission wanted to teach what is best worth knowing? Which commission is it? It is the English Education Act or the Macaulay's Minute, which came out in 1835. Okay. Who responded to the Macaulay's Minute? There was a famous response to this English Education Act. He criticized this act. He's known for utilitarianism, ideas like utilitarianism. It is J.S. Mill. J.S. Mill criticized this idea of Macaulay. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, which commission is known as the Magna Carta of English education in India? It is Wood's Dispatch. Wood's Dispatch. The universities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras were established in the year 1857. Universities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. All 3 were established in 1857, not 1957, 1857. Yes. When was the Hunter Commission? When was the Hunter Commission? 1882. The Hunter Commission is also known by another name. The Hunter Commission also has another name. It is the Indian Education Commission. Indian Education Commission or Hunter Commission. Yes, correct. Now tell me, when was the Indian Universities Commission? When was the Indian Universities Commission? It was in 1902. Who was the chairman of this commission? This is an important commission. Who was the chairman of this commission? It is Sir Thomas Raleigh. Sir Thomas Raleigh. Which commission is also known as the Sackler Commission? Which commission is also known as the Sackler Commission? It is the Calcutta University Commission. Calcutta University Commission. Correct. Which commission talked about how a unitary residential teaching should be set up in Dhaka? Which commission talked about it? That we need a residential teaching university set up in Dhaka. It was in Calcutta University Commission or Sackler Commission. It was in the year 1917. 1917, correct. Now tell me, when was the Zakir Hussain Committee on Basic Education? Zakir Hussain Committee on Basic Education. It was in 1938. 1938. When was the Sargent report? The Sargent report was in 1944. Tell me, the Sargent report was prepared on the basis of another report which came out in 1937. Sargent report was a response to the Abbott Wood report of 1937. Yes, correct. Which commission is also known as S. Radhakrishnan Commission? What is the other name of S. Radhakrishnan Commission? It is University Education Commission, which was in the year 1948. So, which is the first commission in the independent India? Which is the first commission in the independent India? It is Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Commission. When was the Committee on Primary Education held? When was the Committee on Primary Education appointed? That was in 1951. Yes, 1951. Which commission is also known as Mudaliar Commission? Which commission is also known as the Mudaliar Commission? It is the Secondary Education Commission. Yes, we were talking about Committee on Primary Education. Who was the chairman of Committee on Primary Education? It is B.G. Kher. It was B.G. Kher. Correct. So the Mudaliar Commission is also known as Secondary Education Commission. Now, when was the Official Language Commission? Official Language Commission. That was in 1956. Who was the chairman of this commission? B.G. Kher. B.G. Kher was the chairman of this commission. Yes. Now, tell me, which commission is also known as the National Education Commission? It was between 1964 and 66. It was the Kothari Commission. Yes, Kothari Commission. Correct. Okay. Two more questions from the commissions. When was Acharya Ramamurthy Commission appointed? Acharya Ramamurthy Commission, that was in 1990. Yes. Was development of a common school system a part of this commission? Development of a common school system? Yes. That was an idea of this commission. Yes. Did they promote women education? Did this commission promote women education? Yes. Correct. Did they talk about value education? Yes. Correct. Now tell me, is the Operation Blackboard intended for the school education in India? Is Operation Blackboard intended for school education in India? Yes, correct. It is intended for the school education in India. Okay. Now, which committee is also known as the CAP committee? Which committee is also known as the CAP committee? It is Janardhana Reddy committee. Janardhana Reddy committee. Which committee talked about setting up Navodaya Vidyalaya in each district? Which committee talked about establishing Navodaya Vidyalaya in all districts? That was Janardhana Reddy committee. Yes. When did we have a recent NPE? The latest NPE was in 2020. What is the new curricular structure? What is the new curricular structure? It is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Correct. Okay. Are you bored with commissions? Okay. So then we'll move on. Next question. Who wrote a journal of 48 hours of the year 1945? Who wrote a journal of 48 hours of the year 1945? That is K.C. Dutt. K.C. Dutt, correct. Now, who wrote Letter on English Education? Who wrote Letter on English Education? That was Rajaram Mohan Roy. This is also known as, it is also known as Letter to Amherst. Letter to Amherst, correct. Now, who wrote English in India, its present and future? English in India, its present and future. It is V.K. Gokak. V.K. Gokak, in the year, in which year was it published? 1964. 1964, yes. Who wrote Moving Frontiers of English Studies in India? These are all about English studies in India. Moving Frontiers of English Studies in India. It was published in 1977 by C.D. Narasimhaya. C.D. Narasimhaya. Now, who wrote Pidgin Indian, Some Notes on Indian English Writing? Pidgin Indian, correct. It is Mulk Raj Anand. Mulk Raj Anand. Who wrote the Indianization of English? The Indianization of English? Braj P. Kachru. Now tell me who wrote the Alchemy of English? The Alchemy of English, that is also Braj P. Kachru. When was it published? The Alchemy of English, published in 1990. 1990. Yes. Who wrote Masks of Conquest? That is simple. Who wrote Masks of Conquest? It is Gauri Vishwanathan in 1989. 1989. Who wrote the Rhetoric of English India? The Rhetoric of English India. Sarah Soleri. Sarah Soleri wrote the Rhetoric of English India. Correct. Okay. Now tell me who wrote Subject to Change, Teaching Literature in the 90s. Subject to Change, Teaching Literatures in the 90s. Susi Tharu. Susi Tharu. Yes. Who wrote English Studies in India? Widening Horizons. English Studies in India, subtitled Widening Horizons. That is also by C.D. Narasimhaya in 2002. In 2002, yes. Correct. Who wrote The Lie of the Land, subtitled English Literary Studies in India? The Lie of the Land. It is Rajeshwari Sundarajan. Rajeshwari Sundarajan. Who wrote Colonial Translations? Who wrote Colonial Transactions? Colonial Transactions, subtitled English Literature and India. Colonial Transactions is by Harish Trivedi and it was published in 1993. 1993. Yes. What are we talking about? All these works are about what? All these works are about what? These are all about English studies in India. All these works are about English studies in India, correct? Yes, okay. Now tell me, who's the famous translator of Kalidasa's Abhijnana Shakuntalam? It is William Jones. When was this famous translation published? That was in 1789. It was published in 1789. Yes. Did Charles Wilkins translate the Bhagavad Gita? Did Charles Wilkins translate Bhagavad Gita? Yes. When was the translation published? When was the translation published? In 1784. 1784. Correct. Now, who is known for complete translation of Mahabharata into English? We mentioned this name before. The complete translation of Mahabharata into English. That is K.M. Ganguly, Kesari Mohan Ganguly. Did Mahatma Gandhi translate Bhagavad Gita? Is that true? Yes. Mahatma Gandhi translated Bhagavad Gita. Did Mahatma Gandhi translate Ruskin's Unto This Last? Yes, Gandhi also translated Ruskin's Unto This Last. Correct. Who wrote an essay titled On Translating Kalidasa? On Translating Kalidasa is an essay by Sri Aurobindo. It is by Sri Aurobindo. Correct. Now tell me who translated the story of my experiments with truth? Who translated the story of my experiments with truth? It is Mahadev Desai. It is Mahadev Desai. Who translated You Are Ananthamurthi's Samskara? Who translated You Are Ananthamurthi's Samskara? It is A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan, correct. Now, tell me, did Dr. S. Radhakrishnan translate Bhagavad Gita? Is that true? Yes, it is true. Did Mahatma Gandhi translate Bhagavad Gita? Yes. Did Edwin Arnold translate Bhagavad Gita? Yes. Is Annie Besant a translator of Bhagavad Gita? Annie Besant? Yes. Annie Besant is also a translator of Bhagavad Gita. Okay. Now, Progressive Writers Association. This was a movement in India. You tell me, was it before partition or after partition? When was this movement? Was it before partition or after partition? It was before partition. This was a movement in the pre-partition India. Pre-partition India, correct. Okay. Now tell me. Correct. Okay. Who is known for the work titled Kutta Sammadam or the Admission of Guilt? Who is known for the work titled The Admission of Guilt? It is Lalitambika Antarjanam. Lalitambika Antarjanam. She was an author and a social reformer. She's a writer from which part of India? She's a writer from Kerala. The title of the work is The Admission of Guilt. The Admission of Guilt or Kutta Sammadam. Yes, correct. Now tell me, who wrote the work title? It is a play. It is a Hindi verse play. It is titled Andha Yug. Who wrote Andha Yug? Andha Yug. It is by Dharamvir Bharati. Dharamvir Bharati, correct. What is the subtitle of Samskara? What is the subtitle of Samskara? The subtitle is A Right for a Dead Man. Samskara is subtitled A Right for a Dead Man. It was published in 1965. Yes. Who translated Samskara? Who translated Samskara? It is A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan, correct. Okay. Tell me, who is known for novels like Rising Heat, Current Show, Seasons of the Palm? He is from Tamil Nadu. Samskara is by U.R. Ananthamurthy. So I was asking about who wrote the novels titled Rising Heat, Current Show, Seasons of the Palm, Resolve. All these are by Perumal Murugan. Perumal Murugan, correct. Yes, okay. Next question. Which is the first Indian verse play in English? The first Indian verse play in English is? It was written by, who wrote it? It was written by C.S. Nazir. It is written by C.S. Nazir. This is the first Indian verse play. It is titled The First Parsi Baronet. The First Parsi Baronet, published in 1866. Published in 1866. Yes. So Setu ma'am is here.
First Parsi Baronet by C.S. Nasir. C.S. Nasir. Are you enjoying the session? Shall we continue? Okay, so yeah, let's continue. Aksa was saying some of the works written by Perumal Murugan. So yeah. So who translated Perumal Murugan's Madhurobhagan to English, for which he won the Sahitya Academy for translation? Yes, Anirudhan Vasudevan. Anirudhan Vasudevan. He translated Perumal Murugan's Madhurobhagan to English, which is titled One Part Woman. Remember? One Part Woman. Yes. So, who wrote biographies on Rabindranath Tagore, which is titled Rabindranath Tagore, His Life and Work, and Rabindranath Tagore, Poet and Dramatist. These are works written by Edward Thompson. Yes, these are works written by Edward Thompson. Yes. Can you remember the memoir written by Rabindranath Tagore? Can you remember the memoir? He wrote two memoirs, Jeevan Smriti or My Reminiscences. Yes. Jeevan Smriti, Reminiscences. Yes. Then My Boyhood Days. My Boyhood Days. That is again the title of his memoir. He wrote this memoir while he was in his 80s. Yes. My Boyhood Days. Who wrote the introduction to Gitanjali? Who wrote the introduction to Gitanjali? W.B. Yeats. W.B. Yeats wrote the introduction to Gitanjali. Gitanjali, it was originally written in which language? Gitanjali, it was originally written in which language? Very good. Bengali language. It consists of how many poems in Bengali language? It consists of how many poems? Is it 157 or 154? 157 poems in Bengali language. Yes. And later it got translated into English. And what is the title? English title? Song Offerings. Song Offerings. That is the English title. So can you remember the year of publication of Song Offerings? 1913. 1913. Yes. 1913. And can you remember the publishing house who published? The English translation? Yes, Macmillan. Yes, Macmillan. Who wrote Chandalika, which is again a dance drama written by Chandalika. That is again a dance drama, Nritya drama. Yeah. Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore. Yes, Rabindranath Tagore. Who wrote the poetry collection Gardener? Who wrote the poetry collection Gardener? Who wrote the poetry collection Crescent Moon, Gardener, Fruit Gathering? All these are poetry collections written by Rabindranath Tagore. Yes, Rabindranath Tagore. Can you remember the title of the one-act play written by Rabindranath Tagore, which is based on Mahabharata? Which is based on Mahabharata. That is again an episode of Arjuna and Chitra. So the title is Chitra. Chitra. That is the title of the one-act play written by Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore. Who wrote the one-act play which is titled In the Middle Earth? Who wrote the one-act play which is titled In the Middle Earth? Whose memoir is titled Fault Lines? Who wrote Nampally Road? Who wrote Manhattan Music? Who wrote House of a Thousand Doors, House of a Thousand Doors, Illiterate Heart? These are all poetry collections by Meena Alexander. In the Middle Earth, that is again a one-act play by Meena Alexander. Yes. And Chitra, that is again a one-act play by, yes, Rabindranath Tagore. Yes, Rabindranath Tagore. Who wrote An Experiment with Truth? Who wrote An Experiment with Truth that is based on the life of, no, who wrote An Experiment with Truth that is again a play that is based on the life of Mahatma Gandhi? Who wrote the play Inqulab? Yes, Asif Karimboy. Asif Karimboy. Yes, Asif Karimboy. Who translated the story of My Experiments with Truth to English? Yes, Mahadev Desai. Mahadev Desai translated it into English. Who wrote the work The Great Indian Way? Who wrote the work The Great Indian Way, which is again a biography of Mahatma Gandhi? Who wrote Great Indian Way? That is by Raja Rao. Yes, that is by Raja Rao. Who wrote Songs from Prison? That is again a major translation, major work on translation by, who wrote Songs from Prison? He made a number of translations of Indian lyrics to English during his stay in prison. Songs from Prison, that is a work by Mahatma Gandhi. Songs from Prison. Yes. Songs from Prison, that is a work by Mahatma Gandhi. Who was the editor of the English language newspaper Young India? Who was the editor of the English language newspaper Young India? Yes, Young India by Mahatma Gandhi. Who edited Gujarati Monthly Navjeevan? Who edited Gujarati Monthly Navjeevan? By Mahatma Gandhi. Who was the editor of Chandrabhaga? Who was the editor of Chandrabhaga? Yes, Jayanta Mahapatra. Who was the editor of Quest? Who was the editor of Quest? Yes, Nazim Ezekiel. Nazim Ezekiel, he was the editor of Quest. Who was the editor of weekly paper Karma Yogin? Who was the editor of the weekly paper Karma Yogin? That is again a weekly review of national religion, literature, science, philosophy. Yes, Sri Aurobindo. Yes, right answer. Sri Aurobindo, he was the editor of this weekly newspaper, Karma Yogin. Who wrote The Life Divine? Who wrote Life Divine? Who wrote Life Divine? It is again a treatise on metaphysics and is also a work of prose art. Yes, Life Divine by Aurobindo. Can you remember the year of publication of Savitri? Can you remember the year of publication of Savitri? Yes, 1954. 1954. Can you remember a work written by Kamala Markandeya, which also got published in the same year? The title has been taken from Coleridge's work Without Hope. That is a clue. Yes. Nectar in Naseef. Nectar in Naseef, that also got published in the year 1954. 1954. Then there is a famous British work that got published in the year 1954. Remember? Yes. Golding's Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies, that also got published in the year 1954. So remember Savitri by Sri Aurobindo, that got published in the year 1954. And what is its subtitle? That is again a PYQ. Subtitle of Savitri. A legend and a symbol. A legend and a symbol. So Savitri, it is based on which epic? It is based on an episode from which epic? Mahabharata. Yes, Mahabharata. Can you remember the plays written by Girish Karnad which are also based on Mahabharata? Yes. Can you remember the plays? Yayati and Fire and the Rain. Yayati and Fire and the Rain. These are two plays written by Girish Karnad, which is again based on Mahabharata. Yes, Fire and the Rain and Yayati. Yayati. Who wrote Rose of God? Who wrote Rose of God? That is again a mystic poem by Rose of God, mystic poem by Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo. Yes, Sri Aurobindo. Who wrote the play Vasavadatta? Who wrote the play Vasavadatta? Perseus the Deliverer, Vasavadatta. These are plays written by Sri Aurobindo. Yes, Sri Aurobindo. Who wrote? Who wrote Hindu poems? Who wrote Hindu poems? Who wrote Hindu poems? Who wrote obituary? Who translated U.R. Anandamurti Samskara to English? Yes. Yes, A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan wrote A.K. Ramanujan wrote Hindu poems. Hindu poems by A.K. Ramanujan. Who wrote the poem A River? Who wrote the poem A River? River by A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan wrote A River, Obituary, The Striders. That is again his debut poetry collection. Yes. Who wrote the prose work Hindu View of Life? Who wrote the prose work Hindu View of Life? That is again a prose work by who wrote Kalki or the Future of Civilization? Who wrote Indian Philosophy? Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. And who wrote Hindu View of Art? Who wrote Hindu View of Art? Hindu View of Art. He was an art critic. He wrote another work which is titled Introduction to Indian Art. Introduction to Indian Art, Persian painting, how to test a picture. Who wrote Untouchable? Who wrote Coolie? Who wrote Two Leaves and a Bud? Yes, Mulk Raj Anand. Remember Mulk Raj Anand? He was an art critic and he wrote this famous work, Hindu View of Art, Persian painting, Introduction to Indian Art. These are works written by Mulk Raj Anand. These are works written by Mulk Raj Anand. And who wrote the poetry collection, A Reign of Rights? Who wrote the poetry collection, Reign of Rights? He was an Odisha poet and he won Sahitya Academy Award for this poem, Relationship. Yes, Jayanta Mahapatra, A Reign of Rights. That is a poetry collection by Jayanta Mahapatra. Who wrote the poem Hunger? Yes, Jayanta Mahapatra. Remember, Hunger is part of which poetry collection? Hunger is part of which poetry collection? Hunger is part of Reign of Rights. Hunger is part of Reign of Rights. Yes, Reign of Rights. Hunger, Dawn at Puri. These are poems which are part of the poetry collection, A Reign of Rights. And Relationship, remember, Relationship consists of how many sections? Relationship, that is a long poem by Jayanta Mahapatra for which he won the Sahitya Academy Award. And it consists of how many sections? 12 sections. And Savitri is written in how many books? Savitri is written in how many books? 12 books. Yes, in 3 parts, 12 books, 49 cantos. 49 cantos. Can you remember the debut poetry collection by Nizim Ezekiel? Debut poetry collection by Nizim Ezekiel. Time to Change and Other Poems. Time to Change and Other Poems. Time to Change and Other Poems. Who wrote Hymns for the Drowning? Who wrote Hymns for the Drowning? These are poems about Vishnu, one of the Hindu trinity. Who wrote A River? Who wrote Obituary? Who wrote hymns for the drowning? Who wrote Hindu poems? Yes, A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan. Who wrote Goodbye Party for Miss Pushpa T.S.? That is again a satirical poem. Yes, Nazim Ezekiel. Nazim Ezekiel. That is part of which poetry collection? That is part of which poetry collection? Hymns in Darkness or Hymns for the Drowning? Hymns in Darkness. Hymns in Darkness. Hymns in Darkness, yes. Who wrote the poem? Who wrote the poem? A Missing Person. Who wrote the poem A Missing Person? Who wrote the poem A Missing Person? Who wrote A Morning Walk in Bhopal? Who wrote Indian Summer? These are all poems by Jayanta Mahapatra. These are all poems by Jayanta Mahapatra. Yes. Who wrote? These are all poems by Jayanta Mahapatra, and Adil Jusawala wrote Land's End and Missing Person. These are poetry collections by Adil Jusawala. Adil Jusawala's poetry collection, yes. Yes. Who wrote Summer in Calcutta? Who wrote Summer in Calcutta? That is the debut poetry collection by Kamala Das. Yes, debut poetry collection by Kamala Das. Who wrote the novel Alphabet of Lust? Who wrote the novel Alphabet of Lust? Kamala Das. Who wrote Annamalai poems? Who wrote Annamalai poems? She wrote this particular poems while she was on her vacation. Yes, by Kamala Das. Who wrote Hindu poems? Who wrote Hindu poems? A.K. Ramanujan. Who wrote Matthew poems? Who wrote Matthew poems? Wordsworth. Wordsworth wrote Matthew poems. Matthew poems. Matthew poems, Lucy poems. Yes, Asra poems by Coleridge. Yes, very good. Yeah, you can add to the list in the chat box. And who edited the popular anthology 10 20th century Indian poets? There is again a popular anthology on Indian literature, 10 20th century Indian poets. It is a major work on Indian literature. Who edited this work? Who wrote Rough Passage? Yes, R. Parthasarathi. R. Parthasarathi edited this popular anthology, 10 20th century Indian poets. Who edited an illustrated history of Indian literature in English? Who edited an illustrated history of Indian literature in English? A.K. Mehrotra. A.K. Mehrotra. Yes, an illustrated history of Indian literature in English by A.K. Mehrotra. Who wrote the poem? Who wrote the poetry collection, The Descendants? Who wrote the poetry collection, The Descendants? Kamala Das. Who wrote the poetry collection, Old Playhouse and Other Poems? Kamala Das. Can you remember the year of publication of Descendants? The Descendants that got published in the year 1967. That is a poetry collection by Kamala Das that got published in the year 1967. 1967, yes. That got published in the year 1967. And Summer in Calcutta in which year? Summer in Calcutta, that is the debut poetry collection by Kamala Das that got published in which year? 1965. 1965. Because you can also expect chronology questions. So remember to focus upon debut poetry collections. Yes. So who wrote the poetry collection Boat Ride and Other Poems? The Boat Ride and Other Poems. The Boat Ride and Other Poems. That is again a poetry collection which got published posthumously. That is again a posthumously published poetry collection by which writer? Boat Ride and Other Poems. I can give you a clue. He wrote the poetry collection Jejuri. He wrote the poetry collection Jejuri. Yes. Arun Kolatkar. He won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize for Jejuri that consists of 31 poems. And remember, this is his posthumously published collection, The Boat Ride and Other Poems. The Boat Ride and Other Poems. That is a posthumously published work. Yes. Arun Kolatkar. Arun Kolatkar, who wrote the poetry collection Keeper of the Dead. Who wrote the poetry collection Keeper of the Dead, for which he won the Sahitya Academy Award? K.K.N. Daruwala. K.K.N. Daruwala. Yes. Who wrote the poem A Hot Noon in Malabar? Who wrote the poem A Hot Noon in Malabar? That is again a poem by Kamala Das. Poem by Kamala Das. Yes, by Kamala Das. Who wrote Padmavati the Harlot and Other Stories? That is a short story collection by Padmavati the Harlot and Other Stories. That is a short story collection by Kamala Das. Kamala Das. Who wrote the short story collection Power of Darkness and Other Stories? Who wrote the short story collection Power of Darkness and Other Stories? Yes, that is a short story collection by Mulk Raj Anand. Who wrote the short story collection The Lost Child and Other Stories? The Lost Child and Other Stories. That is again a short story collection by Mulk Raj Anand. Mulk Raj Anand. Can you remember the year of publication of Untouchable? Can you remember the year of publication of Untouchable? 1935. 1935. Can you remember the year of publication of Kantapura? Kantapura in the year 1938. 1938. Can you remember the year of publication of R.K. Narayan's Swami and Friends? Swami and Friends, that also got published in the same year as that of Untouchable, 1935. These years are important. 1935. Yes. Baka is a character in which work of Mulk Raj Anand? Baka is a character in Untouchable. Baka is a character in Untouchable. Yes. Who wrote Two Leaves and a Butt? Who wrote Two Leaves and a Butt? Mulk Raj Anand. Can you remember the name of the central character in Two Leaves and a Butt, who travels from Punjab to Assam? Gangu. Gangu. Yes, very good. Gangu. And Chandu is a character in which work of Mulk Raj Anand? That is again a short story. That is part of a short story collection. Barbers' Trade Union and Other Stories. Barbers' Trade Union and Other Stories. Yes, Chandu. Chandu. Yes, Barbers' Trade Union and Barbers' Trade Union. That is part of the short story, Barbers' Trade Union. And whose memoir is titled Fault Lines? Whose memoir is titled Fault Lines? Meena Alexander. Whose memoir is titled Listen to Me? Whose memoir is titled Listen to Me? Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande. Whose memoir is titled Prison and Chocolate Cake? Whose memoir is titled Prison and Chocolate Cake? Yes, Nayanthara Sehgal. Nayanthara Sehgal. And whose autobiographical work, which is titled Face to Face? Ved Mehta. Ved Mehta. Ved Mehta. Yes. Who wrote Nampally Road and Manhattan Music? Meena Alexander. Meena Alexander. Who wrote a work on literary criticism, which is titled The Poetic Self? The Poetic Self. The Poetic Self by Meena Alexander. Who is the narrator? Who is the narrator in Kantapura? Kantapura, that got published in the year 1938. Who is the narrator in Kantapura? Achaka is the narrator. And Kantapura begins in which year? The novel opens in which year? 1930. 1930. Ramaswamy and Maitland, they are characters in which work of Raja Rao? Ramaswamy and Maitland, they are characters in? That can be considered as a semi-autobiographical novel. Yes, Serpent and the Rope. Serpent and the Rope. And Ramakrishna Pai and Govindan Nair, they are characters in which work of Raja Rao? Then also you can see the influence of Vedantic philosophy. Yes, Cat and Shakespeare. Ramakrishna Pai is the narrator. Ramakrishna Pai is the narrator. Yes, Cat and Shakespeare. Cat and Shakespeare. Yes. So, who wrote Hindu View of Art? Who wrote Hindu View of Art? Please remember Mulkraj Anand. He was an art critic and he wrote essays as well. And Pigeon Indian. Who wrote Pigeon Indian? Some notes on Indian English writing by Mulkraj Anand. Who wrote Curries and Other Indian Dishes? That is about the culinary cuisine. Mulkraj Anand. Mulkraj Anand. Who wrote the essay Poetry and Philosophy? Who wrote the essay Poetry and Philosophy? Who wrote the essay Poetry and Philosophy? Who wrote the essay Thoreau and Gandhi? Who wrote the essay Poetry and Philosophy? These are all essays by Nizim Ezekiel. Yes, Nizim Ezekiel. Nizim Ezekiel. Who wrote the play The Sleepwalkers? Who wrote the play Sleepwalkers? Who wrote Nalini? Nizim Ezekiel. Nizim Ezekiel. Who wrote the poem The Professor, which is again written in the form of a conversation between a geography professor and his student. That is again a poem by Nizim Ezekiel. Nizim Ezekiel. Who wrote Lalu Trilogy? Who wrote Lalu Trilogy? Mulkraj Anand. Can you remember the three works which are part of Lalu Trilogy? The Village, Across the Black Waters, Sword and the Sickle. The Village, Across the Black Waters, Sword and the Sickle. Who wrote the poem Deserted Village? Who wrote the poem Deserted Village? Deserted Village, Traveler. These are poems by Oliver Goldsmith. Who wrote the fiction, who wrote the novel Village by the Sea? That is again a work on children's literature by Village by the Sea. The setting is in Tul. That is again a work on children's literature by Anita Desai. Anita Desai. Can you remember the debut work written by Anita Desai? Debut work written by Anita Desai? Yes. Cry the Peacock. Cry the Peacock. That is a debut work written by Anita Desai. Yes. Aksa, are you there? Yes.
So Ankita will also be joining now.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay. So first, let me ask you some graphic novels. All right. Yes. Hello. Hi. All right. Tell me, Curry is a graphic novel about Amruta Patil. Amruta Patil. Bhimayana is a graphic novel by And please remember this separately as graphic novels, because they can ask you questions like, which among the following is a graphic novel? Or which among the following are not graphic novels? All right, so Indian graphic novels are very important. So remember these titles separately as graphic narratives. All right, yes. So Bhimayana is a graphic novel by Srividya Natarajan. Srividya Natarajan. Karna is a graphic novel by, yes, Karna, Rick Hoskin. Rick Hoskin. The Burn Owls, Wondrous Capers, very popular graphic novel by The Burn Owls, Wondrous Capers. It's a graphic novel by Sarnath Banerjee. Sarnath Banerjee. Another very important graphic novel by Srividya Natarajan is A Gardener in the Dash. Anyone who remembers the title? A Gardener in the Westland. A Gardener in the Westland. Delhi Calm is a graphic novel by Delhi Calm. C-A-L-M. Delhi Calm. Vishwajyoti Ghosh. Vishwajyoti Ghosh. Corridor is a graphic novel by again Sarnath Banerjee. Sarnath Banerjee. Munnu, A Boy from Kashmir. Very, very, very important. Widely read and prescribed. Munnu, A Boy from Kashmir is a graphic novel by Malik Sajjad. Malik Sajjad. Draupadi, Fireborn Princess. Very popular these days. It's a graphic novel by Draupadi, Fireborn Princess by Saraswati Nagpal. Saraswati Nagpal. And also another graphic novel famous by Saraswati Nagpal is Sita, Daughter of the Earth. Sita, Daughter of the Earth. So they can also ask you in this way that who among the following writers are associated with mythological graphic narratives? All right. So they can also ask you questions like this, that who have written graphic novels on partition, who have written graphic novels on mythology. Okay. So Sita, Daughter of the Earth. It's a graphic novel by Saraswati Nagpal. So there's subcategories will be very important within graphic novels. All right. Yes. Tell me. The Tall Tales of Vishnu Sharma, Pancha Tantra. It's a graphic narrative by The Tall Tales of Vishnu Sharma, Pancha Tantra. It is by Samit Basu. Samit Basu. So other than graphic novels, Samit Basu is also famous for other than graphic narratives. Samit Basu is also famous for science fiction. Indian science fiction is also a very important genre, okay? So Indian science fiction, don't forget. Tell me, Pashmina is a graphic novel by Nidhi Chanani. Nidhi Chanani. Okay. Aranyaka is a graphic novel by Aranyaka. Amruta Patil. Amruta Patil. Kashmir Pending. Kashmir Pending is a graphic novel by, very good, Nasir Ahmed. Nasir Ahmed. Is Arijit Sen a graphic novelist? Is Arijit Sen a graphic novelist? Yes. Arijit Sen is also very important. The who wrote the Harappa Files? Who wrote? Yes. Kari is also by Amruta Patil. Who wrote the Harappa Files? The Harappa Files by Sarnath Banerjee. Sarnath Banerjee. Again, a very important work, all quite in Vikas Puri. Who wrote it? All Quite in Vikas Puri by Sarnath Banerjee. Sarnath Banerjee. Okay. Next, tell me. A very important work, again, by Samit Basu is Shekhar Kapoor's Devi. Shekhar Kapoor's Devi. It's a series of graphic narratives called Devi by Samit Basu. Samit Basu. Okay. Tell me, who wrote Chotu, A Tale of Partition and Love? It is also a graphic narrative on partition. Chotu, A Tale of Partition and Love. It is by Varud Gupta. Varud Gupta. Very important graphic narrative on partition. Okay. Chotu, A Tale of Partition and Love. Okay. Mai is a graphic novel by Mai. Mai means mother. Mai, M-A-I, Mai. Mai. It's by Sriram Jagannathan. Sriram Jagannathan. Okay. So it's just a reminder for you all to go through these graphic narratives all over again. Just revise it. Okay. Mai. Yes, by Sriram Jagannathan. Now tell me. Okay. Now let me ask you some award-winning works, especially the chronology and all will be very important for you all. Next, tell me. Yes. Tell me the author first, and then we will talk about the chronology. Who wrote Spirit Nights? This work got the Sahitya Academy Award in 2024. Spirit Nights is by Isterin Kire. Isterin Kire. Who wrote When God is a Traveler? When God is a Traveler? Yes, right. When God is a Traveler is by Arundhati Subramaniam. Arundhati Subramaniam. Which work by Mamang Dai got the Sahitya Academy Award? Which work by Mamang Dai got the Sahitya Academy Award? The Black Hill. The Black Hill. Trying to Say Goodbye is a poetry collection by Trying to Say Goodbye is a poetry collection by Adil Jussawala. Adil Jussawala. Which short story collection by Temsula Ao got the Sahitya Academy Award? Which short story collection by Temsula Ao got the Sahitya Academy Award? It is Laburnum for My Head. Laburnum for My Head. Okay, The Guide. The novel, The Guide was published in which year? 1960. 1960. Okay. The Keeper of the Dead is a poetry collection by? The Keeper of the Dead is by Kekian Daruwala. Kekian Daruwala. In 1986, which work had received the Sahitya Academy Award? In 1986, which work had received the Sahitya Academy Award? Trap Falls in the Sky, 1987. In 1986, Nayantara Sagal's Rich Like Us had received the Sahitya Academy Award. Trap Falls in the Sky, 1987. Yes. 1958, right, yes. And it got the Sahitya Academy Award in 1986, Rich Like Us by Nayantara Sehgal. Who wrote The Perishable Empire? Essays on Indian Writing in English. Who wrote The Perishable Empire? It is 1986. Nayantara Sehgal's Rich Like Us. got the Sahitya Academy Award in 1986. Yes. Meenakshi Mukherjee wrote The Perishable Empire. The Sari Shop is a Sahitya Academy Award-winning novel by The Sari Shop. It is by Rupa Bajwa. Rupa Bajwa. The Trotter Nama is a novel by Alan Seeley. Alan Seeley, who wrote Disorderly Women. It is also an award-winning novel. Disorderly Women. It is by Malati Rao. Malati Rao. Okay. Right, tell me. Who is known as the father of Vachana poetry? Who is known as the father of Vachana poetry? It is one of the first Dalit writers of the 11th century called Madara Chennaiya. Madara Chennaiya. So Madara Chennaiya was one of the first Dalit writers. He was an 11th century cobbler saint who lived during the reign of the Western Chalukyas. And he is also regarded by some scholars as the father of Vachana poetry. Madara Chennaiya. Okay, very good. Now tell me, who wrote Gulamgiri? Who wrote Gulamgiri? It is by Jyotirao Phule. Jyotirao Phule. Okay, right. The first Dalit literature conference, Dalit Sahitya Sammelan, was held in Dash. The first Dalit literature conference called Dalit Sahitya Sammelan was held in which year? It was held in 1958. 1958. And it was organized by Annabhau Sathe. Annabhau Sathe. It was held in 1958. Okay. Next, tell me. Is it true that in 1958, the term Dalit literature was used at the first conference of Maharashtra Dalit Sahitya Sangha in Mumbai? Is it true that in 1958, the term Dalit literature was used at the first conference of Maharashtra Dalit Sahitya Sangha in Mumbai? Right, very true. Okay. When I Had Concealed My Caste is a collection of stories by? When I Had Concealed My Caste is a collection of stories by Baburao Bagul. Baburao Bagul. Okay. Next, tell me. Who wrote The Grip of Change? The Grip of Change. It is by P. Shivakami. P. Shivakami. Okay? Okay. Tell me. I will ask you years. The Barber's Trade was published in 1944. 1944. Kuli was published in 1936. 1936. Okay. Next, tell me. Private Life of an Indian Prince was published in Private Life of an Indian Prince by Mulk Raj Anand, published in 1953. 1953. Okay. Which is the last novel of R.K. Narayan? Last novel of R.K. Narayan? The World of Nagraj. The World of Nagraj. And it was published in 1990. 1990. Okay. The English Teacher was published in 1945. 1945. The Financial Expert was published in 1952. 1952. Okay. Tell me which Kashmiri novelists you have read. Kashmiri novelists. Siddhartha Gigu, Mirza Wahid, Shahnaz Bashir. Yes. Who wrote Our Moon Has Blood Clots about Kashmir? Our Moon Has Blood Clots about Kashmir. It is by Rahul Pandita. Rahul Pandita. Who wrote Curfewed Night about Kashmir? Who wrote Curfewed Night about Kashmir? Basharat Peer. Basharat Peer. Okay. Garden of Solitude is by Siddhartha Gigu. Siddhartha Gigu. Who wrote The Collaborator? The Collaborator, again, a novel on Kashmir by Mirza Wahid. Mirza Wahid. Who wrote The Country Without a Post Office? Country Without a Post Office. Agha Shahid Ali. Agha Shahid Ali. Who wrote India After Gandhi? India After Gandhi. Ramchandra Guha. Ramchandra Guha. Okay, right. The Talkative Man was published in which year? The Talkative Man was published in which year? 1986. 1986. The Guide was published in 1958. 1958. Waiting for the Mahatma was published in 1955. 1955. The Serpent and the Rope was published in 1960. 1960. Raja Rao was born in which year? Because they will also ask you to arrange the writers chronologically according to the years of their birth. Okay. So Raja Rao was born in 1908. 1908. Okay. Tell me. Shadow from Ladakh by Bhabani Bhattacharya was published in Shadow from Ladakh by Bhabani Bhattacharya was published in 1960. Shadow from Ladakh by Bhabani Bhattacharya was published in 1966. 1966. Not 1964. Okay? Yes. He Who Rides a Tiger was published in 1952. 1952. Music for Mohini, 1964. Music for Mohini, 1964. Shadow from Ladakh, 1966. Okay? So Many Hungers published in very important work by Bhabani Bhattacharya. So Many Hungers, 1947. 1947. Okay. And All About H. Hatter was published in 1948. 1948. Who wrote A Bend in the Ganges? Manohar Malgonkar. Manohar Malgonkar. Is it or does it have themes of partition? Yes, correct. Which partition novel was published in 1961? Which partition novel was published in 1961? Sunlight on a Broken Column by Atiya Hussain. Sunlight on a Broken Column by Atiya Hussain. Train to Pakistan was published in which year? Train to Pakistan, 1956. 1956. Inside the Haveli is a novel by? Inside the Haveli is a novel by Rama Mehta. Rama Mehta. Nectar in a Sieve was published in? Nectar in a Sieve by Kamala Markandaya was published in 1954. 1954. A Handful of Rice was published in 1966. 1966. Chaman Nahal's Azadi was published in Chaman Nahal's Azadi, 1975. 1975. Also, which work by Ruth Pravat Jhabwala was published in 1975? Which work by Ruth Pravat Jhabwala was published in 1975? It is Heat and Dust. Heat and Dust. Delinquent Chacha, it's a PYQ. Delinquent Chacha by Ved Mehta was published in which year? It's a PYQ. Ved Mehta's Delinquent Chacha, published in 1991. 1991. Who wrote The Argumentative Indian? The Argumentative Indian? Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen. Who wrote The Pregnant King? Who wrote The Pregnant King? It is by Devdutt Pattanayak. Devdutt Pattanayak wrote The Pregnant King. Wrote The Pregnant King. Okay. Tell me, who wrote The Oath of the Vayuputras? The Oath of the Vayuputras. Amish Tripathi. Amish Tripathi. Okay. Who wrote The Naga Warriors? It's a series of novels by Akshat Gupta. Akshat Gupta. Who wrote Chanakya's Chant? The Krishna Key. They're very popular writers of mythological fiction. Chanakya's Chant, The Krishna Key. All these are by Ashwin Sanghi. Ashwin Sanghi. Okay. Which work by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni is of Ramayana from Sita's perspective? The Forest of Enchantments. This is Ramayana from Sita's perspective. The Forest of Enchantments. Okay? Right. Adi Parva, Churning of the Ocean, is another graphic narrative. It's a mythological graphic narrative by Adi Parva. Churning of the Ocean. It talks about that Samudra Manthan which happened. Amruta Patil. Amruta Patil. Adi Parva. Okay? Right. Now let me ask you chronology of Anita Desai. Chronology of Anita Desai will also be very important. Cry the Peacock was published in? Cry the Peacock was published in 1963. 1963. Bye Bye Blackbird. Bye Bye Blackbird. 1971. 1971. Fire on the Mountain. Fire on the Mountain. 1977. 1977. Clear Light of Day. Clear Light of Day. 1980. 1980. In Custody. Please remember chronology of Anita Desai, Amitav Ghosh, very important. Okay. In Custody, 1984. 1984. Which work by Anita Desai got the Guardian Children's Fiction Prize? Guardian Children's Fiction Prize. The Village by the Sea. Village, The Village by the Sea. Diamond Dust by Anita Desai was published in? Diamond Dust by Anita Desai was published in 2000, in the year 2000. It's a PYQ. Okay? Diamond Dust by Desai was published in the year 2000. Fasting Feasting was published in 1999. 1999. Okay. Who wrote The Last Labyrinth? The Last Labyrinth? Arun Joshi. Arun Joshi. I will just now ask you chronology of Ghosh. And then I think Aksa will take over. Okay? Yes. Tell me first, which was the debut novel of Ghosh? Debut novel of Amitav Ghosh? The Circle of Reason. The Circle of Reason. Actually, before that, tell me, A Suitable Boy by Vikram Sheth was published in? A Suitable Boy by Vikram Sheth was published in 1993. 1993. Oh, okay. Right. Now tell me, The Shadow Lines by Amitav Ghosh was published in? The Shadow Lines by Amitav Ghosh was published in 1988. 1988. Okay, The Shadow Lines, 1988. The Calcutta Chromosome was published in 1995. 1995. The Glass Palace was published in 2000. It is also the same year in which Anita Desai's Diamond Dust was published, in the year 2000. Diamond Dust of the Desai and The Glass Palace of Ghosh. The Hungry Tide was published in? The Hungry Tide was published in 2004. 2004. Okay. Gun Island was published in? Gun Island was published in 2019. 2019. Jungle Nama, it talks about Bono Bibi. Jungle Nama 2021. 2021. River of Smoke was published in? River of Smoke was published in 2011. 2011. Flood of Fire was published in 2015. 2015. The Mistress of Spices by Divakaruni was published in, very important work. The Mistress of Spices was published in 1997. 1997. Things to Leave Behind is a work by Namita Gokhale. Things to Leave Behind is a work by Namita Gokhale. It got the Sahitya Academy Award as well in 2021. 2021, yes. Things to Leave Behind by Namita Gokhale. Okay? Namita Gokhale. Okay. Who wrote The Last Burden? The Last Burden? Upamanyu Chatterjee. Upamanyu Chatterjee. Who wrote Red Earth and Pouring Rain? Red Earth and Pouring Rain. It is by Vikram Chandra. Vikram Chandra. Very good. Next, tell me. A New World, The Immortals, Audacious Abroad. All these are works by Amit Chaudhary. Amit Chaudhary. The Namesake was published in? Jhumpa Lahiri is The Namesake. 2003. 2003. Ladies Coop is a novel by? Ladies Coop is a novel by Anita Nair. Anita Nair. M and the Big Whom. Did it win the Hindu Literary Prize? Yes or no? Yes. It got the Hindu Literary Prize and also Sahitya Academy Award and Crossbook Award. M and the Big Whom by Jerry Pinto. Jerry Pinto. The Inheritance of Loss was published in? The Inheritance of Loss was published in 2006. 2006. The White Tiger was published in? The White Tiger was published in 2008. Which work by Anuradha Roy got the Sahitya Academy Award in 2022? Which work by Anuradha Roy got the Sahitya Academy Award in 2022? All the Lives We Never Lived. All the Lives We Never Lived by Arundhati Roy got the Sahitya Academy Award in 2022. Okay. So did you all enjoy the revision? I hope it helped you a bit with the chronology and all and graphic narratives. Great. Okay, Aksa, over to you.
Yes. Okay. So shall we continue? Yeah. Okay. So I'll ask you a simple question. Whose first novel is Hullabaloo in the Guava Orchard? Hullabaloo in the Guava Orchard. This is the first novel of Kiran Desai. When was it published? It was published in 1998. We know her second novel. It is so popular. Which is her second novel? It won the Booker Prize as well. It is The Inheritance of Loss. When was it published? Inheritance of Loss was published in 2006. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, when was Salman Rushdie born? When was Salman Rushdie born? In 1947. Tell me one of his science fiction novel. Grimace is the science fiction novel. It was published in, you remember the year in which it was published? 1975. Where do we have the character Salim? Where do we have the character Salim in Salman Rushdie? Yes, in Midnight's Children. It was published in 1981. 1981. Yes, correct. Okay. Now tell me, which one came first? Shame or the Moor's Last Sign? Which one came first? Shame or the Moor's Last Sign? The Shame came first. It was published in 1983. Shame came out in 1983. The Moor's Last Sigh was published in 1995. Okay. When was the Enchantress of Florence published? The Enchantress of Florence was published in 19. Is it 19 or 2000s? It was published in 2008. The Enchantress of Florence was published in 2008. Okay. Now tell me, which is the autobiographical work? Yes, White Tiger was also in 2008. Enchantress of Florence was also in 2008. Tell me, which is the autobiographical work of Salman Rushdie? He used another name to write this novel. It is Joseph Anton. Joseph Anton. It was published in 2012. Tell me, which is the latest novel of Salman Rushdie? It is titled Knife. It is titled Knife. Correct. Who wrote Difficult Daughters? Who wrote Difficult Daughters? Manju Kapoor. Manju Kapoor wrote Difficult Daughters in 1998. Some other novel was also published in 1998. Someone's first novel came out in 1998. We mentioned it now. Kiran Desai's Hullabaloo in the Guava Orchard was also in 1998. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote novels like Nampally Road, Manhattan Music? It is Meena Alexander. Meena Alexander, yes. In which work do we have the character Michael Home? Michael Home. This is from a novel of Vikram Seth. Michael Home is a professional violinist. This one is set in London. All the characters are Europeans. We're talking about Equal Music. An Equal Music, published in 1999. Which is the work of Jhumpa Lahiri, which was published in 1999. 1999, which work? Interpreter of Maladies was in 1999. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, which novel of Vikram Seth is centered on Mrs. Rupa Mehra? Mrs. Rupa Mehra. She has a daughter, Lata, and Rupa is in a quest to find a suitable boy for Lata. Which is this novel? It is A Suitable Boy. It is A Suitable Boy. Correct. Okay, now tell me, who wrote India from Midnight to Millennium? It is a major work of this author titled India from Midnight to Millennium. It is Shashi Tharoor. Who wrote An Area of Darkness? An Area of Darkness is V.S. Naipaul. Who wrote An Era of Darkness? An Era of Darkness, that is Shashi Tharoor. An Era of Darkness is Shashi Tharoor. Tell me, when was the Great Indian Novel published? Great Indian Novel. Shashi Tharoor wrote the Great Indian Novel. When was it published? In 1989. 1989. Yes. Okay. Now, when was the Shadow Lines published? Shadow Lines, 1988. 1988. In 1939, 13 years before I was born, my father's aunt, Maya Devi, went to England with her husband and her son Tridib. These are the opening lines of the Shadow Lines. Who wrote the Shadow Lines? Who wrote the Shadow Lines? Who wrote it? Amitav Ghosh wrote Shadow Lines, correct. Okay. Now tell me, when was the Calcutta Chromosome published? Calcutta Chromosome. That was in 1995. When was the Glass Palace published? Glass Palace published in 2000. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Gun Island? Gun Island, we mentioned it a while before. Who wrote it? It is Amitav Ghosh. When was Gun Island published? Gun Island was published in 2019. Correct. 2019. Okay. Now tell me, when was The God of Small Things published? God of Small Things in 1997. Is it the first novel of Arundhati Roy? Is that true? Yes, it is the first novel of Arundhati Roy. Where is it set? It is set in a village in Kerala. Where is it set? It is set in where in Kerala? Aymanam. It is set in Aymanam, correct. Where do we have the characters Esther and Rahel? Esther and Rahel. That is in God of Small Things. In the God of Small Things, correct. Okay. Now tell me, never again will a single story be told as though it's the only one. This is the epigraph of God of Small Things. Tell me, where is the Scott taken from? Where is the Scott taken from? It is taken from the book titled Ways of Seeing. Who wrote Ways of Seeing? John Berger wrote Ways of Seeing in 1972. That is the book from which the epigraph of God of Small Things is taken. Okay. Now tell me, when was The Greater Common Good published? Greater Common Good in 1999. In 1999. So in 1999 we have Interpreter of Maladies, The Greater Common Good. Any other work published in 1999? Interpreter of Maladies. Yes, The Greater Common Good. Unequal Music. Yes, The Greater Common Good is by Arundhati Roy. Who wrote The Algebra of Infinite Justice? The Algebra of Infinite Justice is also by Arundhati Roy. Correct. Who wrote My Seditious Heart? It is a non-fiction work that is also Arundhati Roy. It was published in 2019. 2019. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, where do we have the character Gogol? Gogol is a character from... It is from the Namesake. Namesake was published in 2003. Who wrote the Namesake? Who wrote the Namesake? Jhumpa Lahiri. Correct. Okay. Where do we have the character Balram? Balram is a character from the White Tiger. Who wrote the White Tiger? Who wrote the White Tiger? Aravind Adiga. When was it published? When was it published? Yes, in 2008. 2008, correct. Okay. Now tell me, which is the second book published by Aravind Adiga? After White Tiger, it is Between the Assassinations. Between the Assassinations. Who wrote Last Man in Tower? Last Man in Tower. That is also Aravind Adiga. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, how many short stories are there in Tales from Firozabad? How many tales are there in Tales from Firozabad? There are 11 short stories in Tales from Firozabad. It was published in 1987. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? Rohinton Mistry. Rohinton Mistry is from which community? He is from the Parsi community. Correct. He is from Parsi community. Tell me an Indian poet who is from the Marathi-speaking Jewish community. He is so popular. He is from the Marathi-speaking Jewish community. It is Nissim Ezekiel. Nissim Ezekiel. Rohinton Mistry is from the Parsi community. Correct. Now, where do we have the character Deena Dalal? Deena Dalal is the character from A Fine Balance. A Fine Balance. When was it published? When was it published? In 1975? It was published in 1975. Is that true? Yes, it is true. Which is the novel of Salman Rushdie which was published in 1975? Grimace. Grimace was also in 1975. Okay. Is Mahashweta Devi a Dalit writer? Is Mahashweta Devi a Dalit writer? Is that true? No? He started the genre of writing from the margins. Yes, she did not focus on Dalit literature, but she talked about the marginalized people. Yes. Is Namdeo Dazal a Dalit writer? Namdeo Dazal, these are all pioneers of Dalit literature. Mahashweta Devi is also a pioneer of Dalit literature. Namdeo Dazal is also a Dalit writer. Om Prakash Valmiki? Om Prakash Valmiki, yes. Sharan Kumar Limbale? Sharan Kumar Limbale, is he a Dalit writer? Yes, all of these are Dalit writers. Okay, now tell me, who wrote The Exercise of Freedom, an introduction to Dalit writings? An Exercise of Freedom, an introduction to Dalit writings. It was published in 2013. It is by K. Satyanarayana and Susi Tharu. Susi Tharu and K. Satyanarayana. The Exercise of Freedom and Introduction to Dalit Writings. Tell me, who wrote The Annihilation of Caste? The Annihilation of Caste. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. When was it published? When was it published? In 1936. 1936, yes. Okay. When I Hit My Caste is a work by, it is a collection of stories. When I Hit My Caste. It is a collection of stories by Babu Rao Bagul. Babu Rao Bagul. Waiting for a Visa is the autobiography of Waiting for a Visa is the autobiography of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It was published in 1990. 1990. Now, who founded the Dalit Panther movement in 1972? It is Namdeo Dasal. Namdeo Dasal founded the Dalit Panther movement in 1972. Who translated the poetry of Namdeo Dasal? Who translated the poetry of Namdeo Dasal? It is Dalit Chitra. Dalit Chitra translated the poems of Namdeo Dasal. Now, Priyadarshini is a work of Namdeo Dasal. Who is it about? Priyadarshini is about Indira Gandhi, correct? Indira Gandhi. Yes. Okay. Whose autobiography is Jootan, a Dalit's Life? Jootan, a Dalit's Life is the autobiography of Om Prakash Valmiki. When was it published? When was it published? In 1997. Who is the translator of this work? Who translated Jootan? It is Arun Prabha Mukherjee. Arun Prabha Mukherjee. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Mashi or the Outcast? Whose autobiography is Mashi or the Outcast? It is Sharan Kumar Limbale. Sharan Kumar Limbale. Tell me, which work of Sharan Kumar Limbale is subtitled History, Controversies and Considerations? History, Controversies, Considerations is the subtitle of Towards an Aesthetics of Dalit Literature. Towards an Aesthetics of Dalit Literature. So who wrote Towards an Aesthetics of Dalit Literature? That is Sharan Kumar Limbale in 2004. In 2004. 2004, yes. Okay. Now tell me, are you familiar with the first Dalit woman to become a teacher? Who is the first Dalit woman to become a teacher? This is also the first female Dalit who wrote an autobiography. It is Shantabai Kample. Shantabai Kample, correct. Whose autobiography is titled The Kaleidoscopic Story of My Life? The Kaleidoscopic Story of My Life is the autobiography of Shantabai Kample. Shantabai Kample, correct. No. The Gypsy Goddess is the debut novel of Meena Kandasamy, correct. Meena Kandasamy, yes. Who wrote the famous works like Touch, Miss Militancy, When I Hit You? These are all by Meena Kandasamy, correct. So we're talking about Dalit writers. We're talking about Dalit women writers now. Okay, now tell me, whose autobiography is Aidan or Weave? Aidan. Aidan is the autobiography of Urmila Power. Urmila Power. It was translated into English by Dash. It was translated into English by Maya Pandit. Maya Pandit. The English title of this work is The Weave of My Life, a Dalit woman's memoir. The Weave of My Life, a Dalit woman's memoir. Now tell me, who wrote Rewriting History, The Life and Times of Pandit Ramabhai? Who wrote Rewriting History, The Life and Times of Pandit Ramabhai? This person wrote Social Dimensions of Early Buddhism, A Quiet Little Entry, Fragments of a Past, Prison Diaries. She is considered to be the mother of the women's movement in India. It is Uma Chakravarti. Uma Chakravarti. Correct. Uma Chakravarti, yes. Now, who established the publishing house titled Zuban? Who established the publishing house titled Zuban? It is Urvashi Butalia. Urvashi Butalia. Who wrote the work Staying Alive, Women, Ecology and Development? Who wrote the work Staying Alive, Women, Ecology and Development? It is Vandana Shiva. Did she write about ecofeminism? Did Vandana Shiva write about ecofeminism? Yes. He wrote about ecofeminism. Correct. Now, Who is this Indian academic and feminist who is also the co-founder of Manushi, which is a journal about women and society? She's the co-founder of Manushi. It is Ruth Vanitha. It is Ruth Vanitha. Correct. Now, let me also ask a few questions from movies. Movies related to Indian works. Shall we? Yes, okay. Makbul is a film based on. Makbul is a film based on. Makbul is a film based on Macbeth. Yes, that is correct. You remember a Hindi movie which is based on Hamlet? A Hindi movie which is based on Hamlet? Heather is based on Hamlet. Yes, correct. Whose first work is Malavika Agnimitra? Malavika Agnimitra? Whose first work is Malavika Agnimitra? Is it Kalidasa or is it Bhasa? It is Bhasa, no? Is it Bhasa or Kalidasa? It is Kalidasa. It is Kalidasa. Kalidasa wrote Malavika Agnimitra. Right. Okay. Now tell me, which is the first Indian film to be nominated for an Oscar award? The first Indian film to be nominated for an Oscar award. It is Mother India. It is Mother India. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, The Lion King is based on which play by Shakespeare? The Lion King. Hamlet. Omkara is based on. Omkara is a Hindi movie based on. Is it Hamlet? No, it is Othello. Othello, not Hamlet. Omkara is based on Othello. Omkara is based on Othello. Yes, okay. Now, the Hindi movie Lion King is based on Hamlet. Omkara is based on Othello. The Hindi movie Devdas is based on the novel of it. The novel is also titled Devdas. Who wrote the novel Devdas? It is Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay. Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, who is known for the absurd theatre in India? Who is known for the absurd theatre in India? It is Badal Sarkar. It is Badal Sarkar. Okay, now tell me, Leela Banare is a character from. Leela Banare is a character from Silence the Court is in Session. Silence the Court is in Session. Sakharam Binder is a character from. Sakharam Binder is a character from the work Sakharam Binder. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? Who wrote Sakharam Binder? It is Vijay Tendulkar. It is Vijay Tendulkar. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote the play titled Brief Candle? Who wrote the play titled Brief Candle? It is Mahesh Dattani. This play is about dash patients. What kind of patients? It is about cancer patients. It is about cancer patients. Okay. Now, which play by Dattani talks about the story of two conjoined twins, Chandan and Tara? Chandan and Tara are referred to as freaks in this play. It is titled Tara. It is titled Tara, correct. Jairaj Parikh and his wife Ratna are characters from Dance Like a Man. Who wrote Dance Like a Man? It is also Mahesh Dattani. Mahesh Dattani. Where do we have the character Hasmukh Mehta? Hasmukh Mehta is a rich businessman. This is a character from Hasmukh Mehta is a character from Where There is a Will. Who wrote Where There is a Will? Who wrote Where There is a Will? Mahesh Dattani. Correct. Okay. Now, is Lights Out by Manjula Padmanabhan about violence against women? Is Lights Out by Manjula Padmanabhan about violence against women? Is that true? Yes, it is about violence against women. Correct. Now tell me, where do we have the characters Devadatta and Kapila? Devadatta and Kapila are characters from Hayavardhana. Whose work is Hayavardhana? It is Girish Karnad. Girish Karnad, yes. The theme of which play is taken from the first chapter of Mahabharata's Adi Parva? The theme of which play was taken from the first chapter of Mahabharata's Adi Parva? It is Yayati. Is it the first play by Girish Karnad? Yes, it is the first play by Girish Karnad. Whose work is Nagamandala? Nagamandala. Nagamandala is also a play by Girish Karnad, correct? Girish Karnad. No. When was Nagamandala performed? When was Nagamandala performed? In 1990? Sir? Yes, in 1990. Okay. Who is known for developing theatre of the people? Theatre of the people. Who is known for theatre of the people? It is Habib Tanvir. It is Habib Tanvir. Habib Tanvir. Yes, correct. Now, who wrote the Gandhi Quartet? The Gandhi Quartet. Chaman Nahal wrote Gandhi Quartet. The crown and the loincloth, the salt of life, the triumph of life, Azadi. Which of these is not a part of the Gandhi Quartet? The crown and the loincloth, the salt of life, the triumph of life, Azadi. Is the triumph of life a part of the Gandhi Quartet? It is not. Triumph of life. That is not a part of Gandhi Quartet. Who wrote Triumph of Life? Triumph of Life is by P.B. Shelley. Yes, yes. Triumph of Tricolor. The Triumph of Tricolor. Is that a part of this quartet? Yes. It is a part of the Gandhi Quartet. Gandhi Quartet is by Chaman Nahal. Okay. Who wrote the novel Azadi? Who wrote the novel Azadi? It is Chaman Nahal. Azadi. Azadi is by Chaman Nahal. Yes. Did it win the Sahitya Academy Award? Did this novel win the Sahitya Academy Award? Yes. When did it receive this award? In 1977. In 1977. Okay. Tell me one Indian author who is associated with the Merchant Ivory Productions. One Indian author who is associated with the Merchant Ivory Productions. It is Ruth Pravar Jabwala. It is Ruth Pravar Jabwala. Face to Face and Autobiography is a work by Face to Face and Autobiography is a work by Ved Mehta. Correct. Ved Mehta. Yes. Sarita is a successful lady doctor. From which work? Sarita is a successful lady doctor from The Dark Holds No Terrors. Who wrote The Dark Holds No Terrors? Who wrote it? It is Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande, correct. A River Sutra is a dash by Geeta Mehta. What is it? Is it a novel? Is it a novella? What is it? It is a collection of short stories. It is a collection of short stories. All You Who Sleep Tonight is a poetry collection by All You Who Sleep Tonight is a poetry collection by Vikram Seth, correct. Fault Lines is the memoir of Fault Lines is the memoir of Fault Lines is the memoir of Meena Alexander, correct. Meena Alexander. Now, which work of Manju Kapoor won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize? Which work of Manju Kapoor won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize? It is Difficult Daughters. Difficult Daughters, correct. Okay. Now, The Foreigner is a novel by Arun Joshi. Yes, it is by Arun Joshi. Okay. Who wrote Clear Light of Day? Clear Light of Day. Who wrote it? It is Anita Desai. It is Anita Desai. Okay. I hope Setu ma'am is here. Okay. Yeah. Tell me, the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions is a retelling of Mahabharata from Draupadi's perspective. Is that true? Yes. I know you're tired. It is okay to take a break in between. Because we are running a marathon, you can take breaks in between. It is okay if you miss 2 questions. You can take a walk and come back. Okay. Now, Red Earth and Pouring Rain is a novel by. You can come back and watch it once more. It's okay. Red Earth and Pouring Rain. Who wrote it? Vikram Chandra. Yes, Vikram Chandra. Okay. Waiting for Visa is the autobiography of Dr. Ambedkar. Tomb of Sand by Dash won the International Booker Prize. Tomb of Sand. It is Gitanjali Shri. Tomb of Sand is by Gitanjali Shri. Correct. Okay. Setu ma'am? These Errors Are Correct is a poetry collection by. These Errors Are Correct is a poetry collection by. It is by Jeet Thail. Jeet Thail. Correct. Okay. Now, let me ask you. Tilo is the titular character of Tilo. Tilo is the titular character in. This is a character from The Mistress of Spices. Who wrote The Mistress of Spices? It is Chitra Banerjee Divakarani. Chitra Banerjee Divakarani. Palace of Illusions is based on which epic? Palace of Illusions is based on Mahabharata. Did she write a work based on Ramayana? Did she write a work based on Ramayana? Yes. What is the title of this work? Forest of Enchantment. Forest of Enchantment. Yes. The Enchantress of Florence is a work by. The Enchantress of Florence is a work by Salman Rushdie. Correct. Salman Rushdie. Okay. When I Had Concealed My Caste is a collection of stories by. Is a collection of stories by Babu Rao Bagul. Babu Rao Bagul. Yes. Okay. Are you still tired? Should I ask some simple questions? Okay. Balram Halwai is a character in, it is not simple, but Balram Halwai is a character from, Balram Halwai is a character from, huh, the White Tiger. It is from the White Tiger, yes. 1 second. Yes, okay. Now, Pinjar is a partition novel by, Pinjar is a partition novel by, Pinjar is a partition novel by Amrita Pritham. Amrita Pritham. Yes. Dash is a novel by Perumal Murugan, which describes a love story within social caste-induced hatred. It talks about caste hatred, social problems. Which work is this? It is Fire. It is titled Fire. Fire by Perumal Murugan. Perumal Murugan is from Tamil Nadu. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who was the first Dalit woman to become a teacher? We discussed this question before. Who was she? It is Shantabai Kamble. Shantabai Kamble. Karukku is the autobiography of. Karukku is the autobiography of Hama. Yes. Okay. So Setu ma'am is also here now.
Yeah, Karika translated by, who translated it to English? Lakshmi Holmstrom, yes. Karika and Sangnadi, both of these works, yeah, translated to English by Lakshmi Holmstrom. So, shall we continue? Shall we continue? And shall we begin with postcolonial literature? Are you ready? Postcolonial literature. Are you tired? Are you guys tired? A bit, right? Yeah, some of you, but yeah, some of you are so energetic. Yeah. So let's do another topic. So shall we continue? Yeah. So yeah, today's next session that will be on postcolonial literature. Postcolonial literature, and here goes the first question. Here goes the first question. Who wrote Cairo trilogy? Who wrote Cairo trilogy? He was an Egyptian writer and he won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1988. And Cairo trilogy, yeah, it consists of 3 works: Palace Walk, Palace of Desire, and Sugar Street. These are the 3 works which are part of Cairo trilogy. Remember, he was an Egyptian writer. Naguib Mahfouz. Naguib Mahfouz wrote Palace Walk, Palace of Desire, and Sugar Street. These are 3 works which are part of Cairo trilogy. Yes. Who wrote the poetry collection? Who wrote the poetry collection Decisions? Who wrote the poetry collection Decisions? Most of her works, they are set in the backdrop of Biafran War, which is also known as Nigerian Civil War. Who wrote Half of a Yellow Sun? Who wrote Americana? And Dream Count, that is her latest work. Chimamanda Adichie. And remember, Decisions, that is her first poetry collection. Decisions, that is her first poetry collections. And then again, there is a play. There is a play written by Chimamanda Adichie, For Love of Biafra. For Love of Biafra. And Dream Count, that is her latest work. Dream Count, that is her latest work. And most of her works, they are set in this fictional town in Nigeria called Nusuka. 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 No, not the fictional town. It is set in Nusuka. Most of her works, they are set in Nusuka. Yeah, that town is known for University of Nigeria, Nuzuka. Most of her works, they are set in Nusuka, and I'm sure you're familiar with her prose works as well. We Should All Be Feminist, Thing Around Your Neck, that is a short story collection, Dream Count, Purple Hibiscus, Americana, Half of a Yellow Sun, all these are her novels. Novels. And who wrote the poetry collection Decisions? Who wrote the poetry collection Decisions? Yes, Chimamanda Adichie. Very good, Chimamanda Adichie. Who wrote The Final Passage? Who wrote The Final Passage? That is his debut work. It got published in the year 1985, and there we can see he explored Caribbean diaspora. Caribbean diaspora, and he also belonged to this ethnic community, African diasporic community. Yes, Scythian novelist. The Final Passage, that is the debut work of Carol Phillips. That is the debut work of Carol Phillips. There he explored. It is about the Caribbean diaspora. Yes, Carol Phillips. 1985 work. And can you remember, he was born in which year? Carol Phillips, he was born in. Things Fall Apart got published in which year? Yes. Writers' Workshop got established in which year? 1958. 1958. And 1958. And who wrote African Trilogy? Who wrote African Trilogy? Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe wrote African Trilogy. And who wrote the essay collection Home and Exile? Who wrote the essay collection Hopes and Impediments? Chinua Achebe. Who wrote the memoir There Was a Country? Who wrote the memoir There Was a Country? Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe. No Longer at Ease. Title has been taken from which poem? Chinua Achebe wrote There Was a Country. That is again a memoir written by Chinua Achebe. Yeah. No Longer at Ease. The title has been taken from which work? T.S. Eliot's Journey of the Magi. Journey of the Magi. And I'm sure you're familiar with Things Fall Apart. The title has been taken from which work? Things Fall Apart. The Second Coming by W.B. Yeats. The Second Coming by W.B. Yeats. Who wrote My Place? That is again, it has autobiographical elements, and it is written in the form of a detective fiction. Yes, Sally Morgan. Sally Morgan, a modern writer in Australian literature. Sally Morgan, who wrote My Place. My Place. Yes, My Place. Whose memoir is titled Detained? Whose memoir is titled Detained? One of his memoirs. Weep Not Child. Who wrote Weep Not Child? Yes, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Detained, that is again a memoir written by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Republic of Abruria, that is a fictional setting created by Republic of Abruria, that is a fictional setting created by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. In which work? In which work? Wizard of Crow. In the work Wizard of Crow. Wizard of Crow. Who wrote Decolonizing the Mind, and what is its subtitle? Decolonizing the Mind. There he resisted against the use of the language of colonizers. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, yes. And what is its subtitle? The Politics of Language in African Literature. The Politics of Language in African Literature, that is the subtitle of Decolonizing the Mind. Decolonizing the Mind. Who wrote the essay collection Homecoming? Who wrote the essay collection Homecoming? Who wrote the essay collection Homecoming? Homecoming by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Yes, Homecoming, that is an essay collection by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Home and Exile, that is a prose work by Chinua Achebe. Hopes and Impediments, that is a prose work by Chinua Achebe. Yes, Hopes and Impediments, Home and Exile, these are all essay collections by Chinua Achebe. Homecoming, that is an essay collection by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Yes. Who coined the word negritude in French? Who coined the word negritude in French? He was a French poet, he was an author, he was a politician from one of the colonies of France, Martinique. Aimé Césaire. Aimé Césaire, yes. Aimé Césaire, who was a French poet, who was an author, who was a politician, and he coined the term negritude. Negritude in French. Yes. He was also one of the founders of the negritude movement. One of the founders of the negritude movement. Yes. Who wrote the work A Dying Colonialism? Who wrote A Dying Colonialism? Who wrote Wretched of the Earth? Frantz Fanon. Who wrote A Dying Colonialism? That is again a 1959 work by Frantz Fanon that provides an account of how during the Algerian Revolution, the people of Algeria, they fought their oppressors. A Dying Colonialism. A Dying Colonialism by Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon. Who wrote Black Skin, White Mask? Who wrote Black Skin, White Mask? Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon. Yeah. Can you remember the year of publication? Black Skin, White Mask. 1952. Yes. So who wrote Dying Colonialism? In the Dying Colonialism by Frantz Fanon, remember the year of publication? 1959. 1959. 1959. Yes. Who wrote the poetry collection Bicycle and Other Poems? Who wrote the poetry collection Bicycle and Other Poems? That is again a debut poetry collection by who wrote An Imaginary Life? Who wrote Ransom? Who wrote An Imaginary Life? His debut work is titled Jono. Yes, David Malouf. David Malouf. And remember, Bicycle and Other Poems, that is again the debut poetry collection by David Malouf, by Australian poet and writer. Can you remember the work written by David Malouf, which is based on Iliad, one of the episodes in Iliad? Yes, Ransom, very good. Ransom. Ransom. And who wrote An Imaginary Life? By David Malouf. David Malouf. An Imaginary Life by David Malouf. Who wrote Great World? Great World, Remembering Babylon. These are all works by David Malouf. David Malouf, yes. Who wrote Good Morning Midnight? That is a 1939 modernist novel by who wrote Good Morning Midnight? This work can be considered as a continuation of her other works such as Quartets, After Leaving Mr. Mackenzie, and Voyage in the Dark. So who wrote this work? Good Morning Midnight, that is again a modernist work that can be considered as a continuation of her other works such as Quartets, After Leaving Mr. Mackenzie, and Voyage in the Dark. So who wrote Good Morning Midnight? That is a work by Jean Rice. And who wrote White Sargasso Sea? White Sargasso Sea. Jean Rice. Who is the central character in White Sargasso Sea? That can be considered as a prequel to Jane Eyre. And Antonita Cosway. Antonita Cosway. And can you remember the year of publication? White Sargasso Sea, year of publication? 1966. 1966. Yes, 1966. And Good Morning Midnight, that got published in the year? 1939. 1939. Yes, 1939. 1939. Who wrote Nation and Narration? Who wrote Nation and Narration? Who wrote the essay collection Location of Culture? He was a postcolonial critic and who's known for developing concepts such as hybridity, mimicry, and who wrote Nation and Narration? By Homi Bhabha. Homi Bhabha. And who wrote Location of Culture? Remember, that is an essay collection. Location of Culture, that is an essay collection. And who wrote Negotiating Rapture? Negotiating Rapture, the power of art to transform lives. That is again a work by Homi Bhabha. Negotiating Rapture, Nation and Narration. Nation and Narration. Without Boundary. Without Boundary, 17 Ways of Looking. Yes. So these are works by Homi K. Bhabha. Remember, is a post-colonial critic. Yes. Who created the character? Who created the character Macon Milkman Dead the Third? And it follows the life of this character, who is an African-American man living in Michigan from birth to childhood. I'll type it out in the chat box. Macon Milkman Dead Third. That is a character created by, remember, who wrote Beloved? Who wrote Bluest Eye? Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison. And this character appears in Song of Solomon. Song of Solomon in 1977. Yes, Song of Solomon in 1977. And she was awarded the Nobel Prize in which year? Toni Morrison awarded the Nobel Prize in which year? 1993 or 1991? 1993. 1993. And she won the Pulitzer Prize for which work? She won the Pulitzer Prize for Beloved. She won the Pulitzer Prize for Beloved. Yes, she won the Pulitzer Prize for Beloved. And who wrote, next question, who wrote an essay collection which is titled Notes of a Native Son? Notes of a Native Son. That is his debut nonfiction work. And it explores deep and personal themes, especially like focusing on race, identity, and the Black experience in both America and Europe. Notes of a Native Son. That is a work by, who wrote Go Tell It on the Mountain? That is an autobiographical novel by, yes, James Baldwin. James Baldwin. So remember, Go Tell It on the Mountain, that is again an autobiographical novel, and Notes of a Native Son, that is an essay collection by James Baldwin. Yes. And here, Go Tell It on the Mountain, that is again an autobiographical work. Autobiographical work. It tells the story of John Grimace. John Grimace, a teenager who's living in Harlem in 1930s. Yes, go tell it on the mountain. 1953 work, semi-autobiographical novel by James Baldwin. James Baldwin. Yes. He was also one of the members of Harlem Renaissance movement. Remember Harlem Renaissance movement? Claude McKay, Langston Hughes. Yes. Who wrote? Are you enjoying the session? Are you getting tired? Hope you are enjoying the session, everyone. Who wrote? Yes. Who wrote the poem Note on Commercial Theatre? Who wrote the poem Note on Commercial Theatre? Note on Commercial Theatre. That is again a poem by, he was also associated with Harlem Renaissance. Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes. He wrote about racism. He wrote about the issues of that date is again, yeah, he wrote this particular poem in 1930s. Yeah, towards the end of 1930s, and it got published in the year 1940. 1940. Who wrote the work Black Women Novelist? Who wrote the work Black Women Novelist? The Development of a Tradition. Who wrote the work Black Women Novelist? The Development of a Tradition. She was an educator. She was a feminist writer. She was an educator. She was a scholar. She contributed to Afro-American studies. Barbara Christian. Barbara Christian. She wrote Black Women Novelist, The Development of a Tradition. Black, yeah. She's an important, she contributed so much to Afro-American studies as well. And yeah. Who wrote Black Feminist Criticism? Who wrote Black Feminist Criticism? Perspectives on Black Women Writers. That is again another work by Barbara Christian. Yes. Yes. David Lurie is a character in which work? David Lurie is a character in which work? Who's a professor? Disgrace. Whose fictionalized memoirs, they are titled Boyhood, Youth and Summertime? J.M. Coetzee. Who wrote Life and Times of Michael Kay? Who wrote Waiting for Barbarians? These are all works by J.M. Coetzee. Can you remember the work in which Fyodor Dostoevsky appears as a character in J.M. Coetzee's work? Master of Petersburg. Yes, Master of Petersburg. Master of Petersburg. Yes. Who wrote A Question of Power? Who wrote A Question of Power? Who wrote A Question of Power? There you can see it is about the struggles of the heroine. It is again an autobiographical account. The central character, who's Elizabeth. Elizabeth is the central character here. Yes, Bessie Head. Bessie Head wrote A Question of Power. A Question of Power. Yes. Bessie Head. Botswanian novelist. Botswanian novelist. Whose debut work is titled Lying Days? Whose debut work is titled Lying Days? Whose debut work is titled Lying Days? Remember, that is set in Springs, that is her hometown. Yeah, Nadine Gordimer. Yes. Who wrote the short story collection Face to Face? Nadine Gordimer. whose autobiography is titled Face to Face, an Autobiography by Ved Mehta. Ved Mehta, whose debut short story collection, which is titled Dance of the Happy Shades. Dance of the Happy Shades. Alice Munro. Alice Munro. Alice Munro. Who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2013? Who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2013? Alice Munro. Alice Munro. Whose autobiographical, whose fictionalized memoir, which is titled Running in the Family. It has autobiographical elements, and again, it is written in the form of a magical realist fiction. It has postmodernist elements. Whose fictionalized memoir is titled Running in the Family. Sri Lankan Canadian writer who's known for the celebrated work The English Patient. Michael Ondaatje. Michael Ondaatje. Who wrote Cat's Table? Who wrote Cat's Table? Cat's Table by Michael Ondaatje. Michael Ondaatje. Yes. The English Patient, that is set against the backdrop of which World War? World War the First or World War the Second? It is set in Tuscany, Italy. Yes, Second World War. Second World War. Second World War. Yes. Whose debut work is titled Tiger's Daughter, where Tara appears as a character? Bharati Mukherjee. Who wrote Jasmine? Bharati Mukherjee wrote Jasmine. Can you remember the work of Bharati Mukherjee? Bharati Mukherjee, that is again a retelling of Scarlet Letters, Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter. Holder of the World. Yes, Holder of the World. Aksa, are you there? Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, shall we continue? Okay. We'll ask a simple question. Which is the first Gikuyu journal? Which is the first Gikuyu journal? It is Muthiri. Yes, it is Muthiri. Which is the first modern novel in Gikuyu? The first modern novel in Gikuyu is Devil on the Cross. Who wrote Devil on the Cross? Who wrote Devil on the Cross? Who wrote Devil on the Cross? It is Gungiwa Thiong'o. Gungiwa Thiong'o. Yes, correct. Okay. Which is the first English novel by an East African? Which is the first English novel by an East African? It is Weep Not Child. Who wrote Weep Not Child? Weep Not Child. That is also by Gungiwa Thiong'o. Yes, okay. This is a novel of Thiong'o. It is about two villages. The names of these villages are Camino and Makuyu. Which novel am I talking about? It is the River Between. It is the River Between. Yes, okay. Who wrote Petals of Blood? Who wrote Petals of Blood? It is Ungiwa Thiong'o. Yes. Which novel is set in Kangan? It is ruled by Sam, His Excellency. It is Anthills of Savannah. Who wrote Anthills of Savannah? Who wrote Anthills of Savannah? It is Achebe. It is Achebe. Chinua Achebe. Yes, okay. Amma Atha Aidu, Aikwe Arma, Gungiwa Thiong'o. Choose the odd one out. Amma Atha Aidu, Aikwe Arma, Gungiwa Thiong'o. It is Gungiwa Thiong'o. Why is it so? Amma Atha Aidu and Aikwe Arma are from Ghana. Gungiwa Thiong'o is from Kenya. Yes, correct. Kenya in Africa. Now, what is similar between Margaret Atwood, Peter Carey, and J.M. Coetzee? What is similar between Margaret Atwood, Peter Carey, and J.M. Coetzee? It is that all of them received Booker Prize twice. All of them have received Booker Prize twice. Yes. Tell me, Foe and Disgrace, which one came first? Both of them are by James Coetzee. Which one came first? Foe came first, yes. Where do we have the narrator, Susan Barton? Susan Barton as the narrator in Foe. Yes, Disgrace came much later. When was Disgrace published? When was Disgrace published? In 1999. Yes, okay. Akunna is a character from Akunna is a character from Kunna is a character from The Bride Prize. Who wrote The Bride Prize? Who wrote The Bride Prize? It is Buchi Amichida. Buchi Amichida. Yes, okay. Now, Ojo Beta is a character from Ojo Beta is a character from The Slave Girl. The Slave Girl. Who wrote The Slave Girl? Who wrote The Slave Girl? That is also Buchi Amichida. Yes, okay. No Ego is a character from No Ego is a character from The Joys of Motherhood. The Joys of Motherhood, correct. Okay. Now tell me, The Joys of Motherhood is by Buchi Amicheda. This is a response to someone else's work. Which work? Flora Nwapa's Efuru. Flora Nwapa's Efuru. Okay. Tell me one Somalian writer. This person is from Somalia. It is Nuruddin Farah. Nuruddin Farah. Who wrote From a Crooked Rib? From a Crooked Rib. Nuruddin Farah. A Naked Needle. A Naked Needle. That is also Nuruddin Farah. Yes. Now, The Famished wrote Songs of Enchantment, Infinite Riches. All these are works of Ben Okri. All these are works of Ben Okri. Whose TED Talk is titled The Question Posed by My Cat? Whose TED Talk is titled The Question Posed by My Cat? It is Sitsi Dangarembaga. Sitsi Dangarembaga. Sitsi Dangarembaga is from which place? From Zimbabwe, correct. It is from Zimbabwe, yes. Tell me one work of Sitsi Dangarembaga which you are familiar with. Nervous Conditions, yes. Nervous Conditions is correct. Tell me another Zimbabwean woman writer. Other than Sitsi Dangarembaga, who is the other Zimbabwean woman writer? No Violet Bulawayo. No Violet Bulawayo is also from Zimbabwe. Who wrote In Arcadia? Who wrote In Arcadia? Ben Okri. Ben Okri. Now, who wrote Dear Ijoville, a feminist manifesto and a thing around your neck? A thing around your neck. It is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. It is Adichie's work, yes. Where is Amy Césaire from? Amy Césaire is from Martinique. Amy Césaire is from Martinique. Now, who wrote the work titled A Brighter Sun? A Brighter Sun is by Sam Selvin. A Brighter Sun is by Sam Selvin. In the Castle of My Skin. In the Castle of My Skin. Dodge Lambing. New Day is a work by. New Day is a work by. New Day is a work by Vic Reid. Vicreid. Vic Reid. Whose work is The Mystic Mazur? The Mystic Mazur. It is V.S. Naipaul. V.S. Naipaul. Okay. Tell me the names of a few Caribbean poets. Caribbean poets. LaQuincy Johnson, Kemo Braithwaite, Derek Walcott. All these are from Caribbean. All these are Caribbean poets. In which novel do we have the character Tabitha? Tabitha is a character from Banana Bottom. Who wrote Banana Bottom? Banana Bottom by Claude McKay. Banana Bottom by Claude McKay. Now, in which work do we have parrot burning as a foreboding to the later events in the text? We can see a parrot burning towards the beginning of this text. Which work are we talking about? It is an adaptation of Jane Eyre. White Sargasso Sea. White Sargasso Sea. Now, when we talk about negritude movement, there are two people we associate with the negritude movement. Who are these two people? Amy Césaire and Leopold Sédar Senghor. Which is the work of Amy Césaire, which is based on The Tempest? Which is the work of Amy Césaire based on Tempest? Une Tempest. Une Tempest. Yes. Who wrote the poems titled Green Night? Green Night. This person is from Caribbean. He is a Caribbean poet. It is Derek Walcott. It is Derek Walcott. Tell me, which is the play by Walcott based on Robinson Crusoe? Play by Walcott based on Robinson Crusoe. It is Pantomime. Pantomime. It is titled Pantomime. Now, who wrote the work titled To Sir with Love? To Sir with Love is a work by E.K. Braithwaite. E.K. Braithwaite. Who wrote the Guyana Quartet? Who wrote the Guyana Quartet? It is Wilson Harris. Guyana Quartet, Wilson Harris. Yes. Who wrote the work titled The Lonely Londoners? The Lonely Londoners, A Brighter Sun. All these are works of Sam Selwyn. Sam Selwyn. Now, where do we have the character Willie Somerset Chandran? Where do we have the character Willie Somerset Chandran? It is Half a Life. Who wrote Half a Life? Who wrote Half a Life? V.S. Naipaul. Correct. V.S. Naipaul. Now tell me. Suella Claudette Richardson is a character in The Autobiography of My Mother. Tell me who wrote The Autobiography of My Mother? Suella Claudette Richardson is a character from The Autobiography of My Mother. Who wrote it? It is Jamaica Kincaid. Jamaica Kincaid wrote The Autobiography of My Mother. Now, tell me, which is the first novel in Australia? The first novel in Australia? It is Quintus Survinton. Quintus Survinton. It is the first novel in Australia. Now, who wrote The Fortunes of Richard Mahoney? Oh, Quintus Survinton is by Henry Savary. Quintus Survinton is by Henry Savary. Next question is, who wrote The Fortunes of Richard Mahoney? It was published in 1930. It is by Henry Handel Richardson. Henry Handel Richardson. Who wrote Waltzing Matilda? Who wrote Waltzing Matilda? Banjo Patterson. Banjo Patterson. Okay, correct. Now, No Sugar is a work by Jack Davis. Jack Davis, yes. No Sugar, is it a novel or is it a poem? No Sugar. No Sugar, is it a novel or poem? It is a poem by Jack Davis. Yes, correct. What is the actual name of Kath Walker? What is the actual name of Kath Walker? It is Udgiru Nunukal. Who wrote the poem titled We Are Going? We Are Going. Who wrote this poem? It is Kath Walker or Udgiru Nunukal. Okay. Now tell me, which is the first Australian novel by an Aboriginal writer? Which is the first Australian novel by an Aboriginal writer? It is The Wildcat Falling, Madruru. Yes, Madruru. Now, who wrote Ladies from the Play? Ladies from the Play. It is by A.D. Hope. A.D. Hope. Who was the first Australian to win the Nobel Prize? The first Australian to win the Nobel Prize is Patrick White. Which story of Patrick White is based on the naturalist Ludwig Leichhardt? It is Woes. Which story of White is based on the naturalist Ludwig Leichhardt? It is Woes. When was Woes published? When was Woes published? When was Woes published? 1957? Is that true? In 1957? Yes. Who created the town Sarsaparilla? Who created this town called Sarsaparilla? It is Patrick White. Who wrote the Vivisector? Who wrote the Vivisector? It is Patrick White. Yes. Now, who wrote the Solid Mandala? The Solid Mandala. That is also Patrick White. Yes. Woman to Man. Man to Woman. Both of these are poetry collections by Woman to Man and Man to Woman are poetry collections by Judith Wright. It is by Judith Wright. Now, David Malouf wrote a work titled Ransom. Ransom is based on which classical work? It is based on Homer's Iliad. It is based on Homer's Iliad. Who wrote Schindler's Ark? Who wrote Schindler's Ark? It is Thomas Kennelly. Thomas Kennelly. Which is the book of Peter Carey based on Japan? It is a book on Japan. It is titled Long Way from Home. Who wrote Long Way from Home? It is Peter Carey. Peter Carey wrote Long Way from Home based on Japan. Whose work is titled Cloud Street? Cloud Street. Cloud Street is by Tim Winton. Tim Winton. Who wrote The Narrow Road to the Deep North? The Narrow Road to the Deep North. It is Richard Flanagan. Richard Flanagan. Lily Heron is the pen name of Lily Heron is the pen name of Catherine Mansfield. Lily Heron. Lily Heron is the pen name of Catherine Mansfield. Now tell me, who wrote the short story titled Prelude? Who wrote the short story titled Prelude? It is Catherine Mansfield. Who wrote the Banana Trilogy? The Banana Bottom is by Claude McKay. Who wrote the Banana Trilogy? It is by Miguel Angel Asturias. Miguel Angel Asturias. Correct. Who wrote Monkey Grammarian on Monkey Grammarian? Monkey Grammarian is by Octavio Paz. Who wrote Monkey Grammarian? It is Octavio Paz. Who wrote Petro Paramo? The famous work titled Petro Paramo. It is by Juan Rulfo. Juan Rulfo. Petro Paramo is by Juan Rulfo. Now, Pablo Neruda, Marquez, Miguel Angel Asturias, Gabriela Mistral. All of these are authors from Latin America. All these are Latin American writers. Latin American writers. Okay. Now, which is the work of Mario Vargas Llosa based on the artist Paul Gauguin? which is the work of Mario Vargas Llosa based on Paul Gauguin. He is an artist. It is The Way to Paradise. The Way to Paradise is by Mario Vargas Llosa. It is based on the artist Paul Gauguin. The Way to Paradise. Mario Vargas Llosa. Okay. Now, who wrote the Buddha of Suburbia? Who wrote the Buddha of Suburbia? It is Hanif Qureshi. Who wrote Home Fire based on Antigone? Who wrote Home Fire based on Antigone? It is Kamila Shamsi. Kamila Shamsi. Yes. Okay. Now tell me. Yeah. Okay. Who said Commonwealth literature does not exist? Who said Commonwealth literature does not exist? Who said this? It is Salman Rushdie. It is Salman Rushdie. Who said decolonization is always a violent phenomenon? Who said decolonization is always a violent phenomenon? It is Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon. Correct. Now, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak is an eminent, popular, famous post-colonial critic. True or false? It is true. It is true. Who propounded the concept of double consciousness? Double consciousness. W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois. Yes. Now, who is the author of the work The Intimate Enemy? Loss and Recovery of Self Under Colonialism. Who is it? It is Ashish Nandi. Ashish Nandi. Okay. Who coined the term Black Atlantic? The term Black Atlantic. It is Paul Gilroy. Paul Gilroy. The literary works of erstwhile colonial lands were called the Third World Literature. Who coined this term called the Third World Literature? The Third World Literature came from which place? Or rather, from which place was it established? Third World Literature. It is from France. It is from France. The term called Third World Literature came from France. Yes, okay. The Empire Writes Back, Theory and Practice in Post-Colonial Literature. Who wrote it? It is Bill Ashcroft. It is Bill Ashcroft. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, the composition of which political play led to the 23-year imprisonment of Gungi wa Thiong'o? Thiong'o was imprisoned for 23 years for this one work. Which is this work? Which is this work? I'll marry. I'll marry when I want. Yes, I will marry when I want. Correct. Okay. Now, when was Orientalism published? When was Orientalism published? When was Orientalism published? In 1978. Who wrote Orientalism? Who wrote Orientalism? It is Edward Said, correct. Edward Said. Yes. Who said decolonization is always a violent phenomenon? It is Frantz Fanon. Which is the work of Frantz Fanon published in 1961? It is The Wretched of the Earth. The Wretched of the Earth. Tell me, there is this one work of Edward Said. It was published in 1993. In this work, he talks about Mansfield Park. Which is this work? Culture and Imperialism. Culture and Imperialism, published in 1993. Yes. Now, which novel is about a young leader? His name is Vayaki. Where do we have this young leader called Vayaki? We talked about this novel here. It is the river between. It is the river between. The river between, yes. When rain clouds gather is a work by, this is a writer from Botswana. It is Bessie Head. Bessie Head. Blood Knot, Hello and Goodbye, Boseman and Lena. All these are works of Blood Knot, Hello and Goodbye, Boseman and Lena. Adolf Fugard. Adolf Fugard. Yes, okay. Azaro. Azaro is an abiku or a spirit child. This is an appearance in whose novels? Azaro is an appearance in whose novels? It is in Ben Okri's novels. Yes, Ben Okri's novels. Correct. Which novel is a post-colonial Gothic novel? It is by V.S. Naipaul. It has connections with Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. It is Guerrillas. It is Guerrillas. Correct. Okay. The adulteress stoned to death is killed in our own time by whispers, by the breath that fills her flesh with slime. These are the lines from which poem by Derek Walcott? These are lines from which poem by Derek Walcott? Adam's Song. Adam's Song. These are lines from Adam's Song. Adam's Song is by Derek Walcott. Derek Walcott is from which place? Derek Walcott is from which place? He is a Caribbean writer. He is a Caribbean writer. No. There is this one Nigerian poet. He was killed in a battle for Biafra against the Nigerian movement of the 1960s Civil War. Who is this poet? A Nigerian poet killed in the Biafran War. It is Christopher Okigbo. Christopher Okigbo. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, is The Chemistry of Tears by Peter Carey? The Chemistry of Tears, is it a novel by Peter Carey? Yes. The Great World. The Great World. Is The Great World a novel by Peter Carey? No, it is not a novel by Peter Carey. Illyvacker, is Illyvacker a novel by Peter Carey? Yes, Illyvacker is a novel by Peter Carey. Parrot and Olivier in America. Parrot and Olivier in America is a novel by Peter Carey. Yes. Now, which novel of David Malouf is set in the First World War? Which novel of David Malouf is set in the First World War? It is Fly Away Peter. Fly Away Peter. So, Fly Away Peter is by David Malouf. It is set in the First World War. Yes. Okay. Now, tell me, where do we have the character Jemmy Fairley? Jemmy Fairley. This person is marooned. This person is stuck in a foreign land and is raised by a group of aboriginals. Jemmy Fairley is a character from Remembering Babylon. Jemmy Fairley is a character from Remembering Babylon. Who wrote Remembering Babylon? Who wrote Remembering Babylon? It is David Malouf. It is David Malouf. Now, who wrote the poem titled Eve to Her Daughters? Eve to her daughters. This person wrote collections of poems like Man to Woman, Woman to Man. It is Judith Wright. It is Judith Wright. Who wrote a poem titled The Death of a Bird? The Death of a Bird. The Death of a Bird is a poem by A.D. Hoke. Yes, A.D. Hoke. Who wrote a poem titled Cloak and Heart? Cloak and Heart. Cloak and Heart is a poem by Judith Wright. Cloak and Heart is a poem by Judith Wright. Yes, okay. Now, last question. Is Sally Morgan? Judith Wright has written works like Man to Woman, Woman to Man, Clock and Heart. These are all works of Judith Wright. Tell me, is Sally Morgan an Aboriginal writer from Australia? Yes. Is Jack Davis an Aboriginal writer from Australia? Yes. Kevin Gilbert? Yes or no? Yes. Kevin Gilbert is also from Australia. Marcus Zusak? Marcus Zusak is from Australia, true or false? No, Marcus Zusak is not from Australia. Okay. Which work of Marcus Zusak are we familiar with? The work of Marcus Zusak that we are familiar with. Marcus Zusak wrote the famous work titled The Book Thief. The Book Thief. Is Udgaru Nunakal from Australia? Is Udgaru Nunakal from Australia? Yes. What is the actual name of Udgaru? I mean, the English name of Udgaru Nunakal? Kath Walker. She wrote the poem titled We Are Going. It is titled We Are Going. Yes. So we have come to the end of the marathon session. I hope it was beneficial. I know you're all tired. You can have your dinner. Take rest. We have done our part. We will be revising tomorrow as well. I am glad that all of you are answering the questions. We're all so happy about that. Okay. Where is Marcus Zusak from? Marcus Zusak is from? He has German connections. He's supposed to be a German writer. Yes, okay. Thank you so much for attending the session. We'll have sessions in the coming days as well. Please don't be tensed. Prepare well. We have done our part. We are preparing so well. We're also glad that you're answering beautifully. All of you are answering the questions. So we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.